I said, a lot of them graduate, bro. A lot of them young things graduate, bro. Young tenants.
Moving on now.
Yeah. Where you get that from?
Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Gave it to me.
Moving up in the world.
Yeah, it's cold right here, man. It's cold garbage.
We good. Got it.
All right, Shalom.
Shalom.
I want to start off by giving all praise, honor, and glory
To Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Rakakdash.
and double honors to our apostles and elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Grace and peace to you elect around the four winds, believing and pushing this truth in all sincerity. May the blessing of election be upon your houses. These are your fellow servants from the GMS Orlando camp. Back another week to prophesy the downfall of America, which is spiritual Nineveh, spiritual Babylon, spiritual Rome, all right, spiritual Egypt, all right, as well as spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah. All right, and also preach to you so-called Negroes, you so-called Latinos, and you so-called Native American Indians to tell you that you're the Israelites according to the Bible and to repent for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. All right, and you know, just like the brother stated a couple of weeks ago, man, we're gonna touch on the essentials. All right, what's important for right now? All right, which is prophecy. Can we start off in 2 Esdras 15:1? That's the essentials. You know, prophecy is the essential. All right, that's what's taking precedent in the earth right now, and that's what's going to lead to the great change that we've been waiting for, man. All right, the Lord fulfilling these prophecies.
2 Esdras 15:1. Behold, speak thou in the ears of my people the words of prophecy, which I will put in thy mouth, saith the Lord, and cause them to be written in paper, for they are faithful and true.
Right, these words are faithful and true. All right, these words have withstood the test of time. When you look at the Bible and when you look at the prophecies in general, they withstood the test of time. The Roman captivity, the Babylonian captivity, the Persian and Mede captivity, all right, the Greek captivity, all right, the American captivity. They withstood the test of time, and they're still playing themselves out today. So these words that we're reading on a daily basis are faithful and true. All right, you can bank on these words at the end of the day. All right, what? The Lord told us that we were going to slavery for our disobedience. That happened. All right, but the Lord also said in the latter days we will regain our heritage. We will regain the names of the Heavenly Father, and we will regain our faith. All right, and that's happening right now as we speak. All right, the Lord also said in the latter days that certain prophecies will take place. The MOTB, famine, pestilence, wars and rumors of wars, sedition among men, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So we know what? That these words are faithful and true. We can bank on the words of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Like it says in Isaiah the 58th chapter, the words of the Lord will not go out void. All right, but they will accomplish that which the Lord set them out to do. And that's exactly what the Lord is doing, man. Got it for you.
This is Isaiah chapter 46 and verse 10. I'll start at verse 9. Remember the former things of old, for I am power and there is none else. I am power and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure.
Right, and right now we're living in the midst of the counsel of the Lord. All right, the prophecies that were left behind as a heritage to you Israelites, all right, to us Israelites, you Negroes, Latinos, and American Indians, all right, is the whole counsel of the Lord. What he intended in the past, what he intended for the present, and what he intends for the future. This is the counsel of the Lord. All right, and this counsel is faithful and true. This counsel is taking place as we speak. All right, you can get that one more time, Brother Bashar.
This is Isaiah chapter 46 and verse 9, and it reads, remember the former things of old, for I am power, and there is none else. I am power, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure.
And that's the power of prophecy. All right, that's the power of understanding the counsel of the Lord. The Lord declared the end from the very beginning. That's the power that we hold, all right, in the form of prophecy. The Lord gave us the end-all, be-all of this whole situation. The Lord gave us the end-all, be-all of our people, all right, in the elect of our people on this end, and our people as a whole in the kingdom of heaven.
Hey, the Lord told us about the end. Before there was cars, laptops, cell phones, trains, all of this shit that we see now, the Lord told us about it. The missiles, and people get bugged out when they read these things, but it was our people trying to explain things that weren't in the world yet from their perspective. That's why they call the missiles what? Arrows. Why is it described like that? Because during their time, when they see in these visions, that's the only thing they could compare it to.
Right.
You got it.
Hey, mentioning that, right? The Lord showed us all things before. They're trained, right?
Right.
That was their first industrial revolution, right?
Yep.
What it said in Ezekiel 28 about our traffic.
Yep.
Everything is done in Babylon all around the world. It's through traffic.
Yep.
Trains first.
The steamboat.
Speed,
Right.
right. Steamboat. Ships, right.
Yep.
That's cold, man.
Hey, and right now we're in the midst of the Fourth Reich, the Fourth Industrial Revolution,
Right.
which is the technology.
To merge man and machine.
And
Yeah.
the Lord told us about that too.
Right.
Contrary to popular belief, right? Amongst Jake, the Lord told us about what this MOTB was. Not no speculation. We know what it is, and we know where the world is moving towards in Esau's fourth industrial revolution. His whole plan is coming together, and it's based on that.
Right.
Even now with the economic collapse and the failure of banks, it's all for the elites to push everybody into this corner that the Lord told us about before they had cars and computers.
Right.
Habakkuk 1 and 5, man.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, man. Lord cold, man.
Work,
Habakkuk
work.
1 and 5, man.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
It's Habakkuk 1, chapter 1 and verse 5. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which you will not believe, though it be told.
So the things that's been already said aforetime that wasn't here yet, but it was already said, 2/3 don't supposed to believe it.
Right.
It's supposed to be something that's like aliens.
Right. Right. Right.
Boy, this is outrageous to the world, man.
Right.
It's outrageous to
It's
believe.
outlandish.
Outlandish. It's
They say
outlandish.
some people hearts failing them.
Yeah.
Because when the Lord do this, like we read about this and we envision it. The same way you breathe in air, just imagine what the Lord telling you playing out in front of you.
Right.
Like we watching people, we looking at people, imagine the horror that's gonna come upon their faces when they start to see these things that were written play out in real life. That's why the scriptures say, behold and wonder marvelously.
Right.
That means the work of the Lord gotta seem impossible to the natural man. So when it happens, every knee gonna bow, man. They're gonna be humbled by this.
2 precepts on the give. You got it.
If I may say this, man, that shouldn't be a foreign concept to you at this point, man. The Lord has been showing us time in and time out how He's been making the impossible possible.
Right.
It shouldn't be outlandish to you to believe that there's chariots coming for the Lord's elect. Look at what the Lord did for us in this captivity by raising us up again. That was outlandish. At one point in time in the 60s, not too long ago, what we're doing right now was outlandish.
Right.
To see a so-called Negro in the street going against a so-called white man, that's outlandish. You could
Right.
be you could be dragged behind the truck for that, man.
Right.
So what we're doing right now, the Lord has made the impossible possible, man.
Let me get 2 precepts. This Isaiah 42 and 9. Behold, the former things are come to pass, right? Things of the ancient time. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things do I declare. Before they spring forth, I tell you of them. But it said in Habakkuk, nor be told to you.
Won't believe
They ain't gonna believe it. There's Isaiah 46 and verse 8. Remember this, verse 9. Remember the former things of old, for I am power, there is none else. I am power, there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning and from the ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure.
And right now is the Lord's counsel versus Esau's counsel.
Right.
And you have witnesses on one side and you have witnesses on the other.
Ooh.
So you got the witnesses of Yahweh Shema Shah, Lord, willing to be a part of that number. And then you got everybody else who's chosen Esau's counsel over the Lord. That's why they subscribe to Big Bang. And there is no God and all these different philosophies, because they're witnesses to his philosophy, his counsel. But the Lord is saying no matter what, his counsel is always going to stand, man.
So this is our 1 Corinthians 1 and 19. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Have not power made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of power, the world by wisdom knew not power. It pleased power by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. Now I want to get this, verse 27.
Yep.
But power have chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. Now I was going to this the other day. The chariots, that's foolish to the people. The Lord is going to come back to save the Israelites, the elect. That's foolish to the people,
Yeah.
right? Oh, what's in the chariots? Angels, so-called black men. That's foolish to the people. It say, but God have chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, man. So when you hear about things that sound crazy, man, real time, it was already written in the scripture. You guys.
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon 7, starting at verse I'll start at verse 17. For he hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made and the operation of the elements.
And what else?
The beginning, ending, and midst of the times.
The midst of the times, man.
Come on, man.
So, man.
And this was before the technology was available.
Right.
The Lord told us about the expanding universe when he said he stretched out the heavens like a garment.
Right. What they say, oh yeah, beautiful, bro. Because these guys, Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever his
Neil
name is,
deGrasse Tyson.
they talking about, and they got Jake talking about the universe expanding. Oh, and he said in the video, he said the most that we got here is 100 years, man.
Yep.
At
Hey,
most.
and that goes into what the Lord said. If he didn't shorten the days,
Right.
ain't no flesh left to
Right,
save.
right.
Their own scientists know this.
That's
Hey,
cold, but that's locked up.
good?
That's cold that the Lord say he stretched out the heavens as a curtain. And they said the universe is expanding, man.
I got it.
You got it.
It's Psalms 104 and 2. You know, let me start at 1. Bless the Lord, O my soul, O Yahweh Shema Shah, my power. Thou art very great. Thou art clothed with honor and majesty, who covers thyself with light as with a garment, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain.
Right. And the Lord told us about the observable universe and what's behind the observable universe before these devils came out with telescopes, man.
Right.
Before we had to see it, the Lord just made us believe it. You know, the Lord just gave us that knowledge, you know, of the things in this life and the things past this life, man, the things in the heavens. It's the Lord gave us what Esau is trying to accomplish now through his science, through his college classes, through his universities. The Lord gave us in the form of the law, statutes, commandments, and the standard of life. The Lord gave us in the simplicity of the standard the Lord gave us is the complexity of all Esau Edom has been trying to conceive, man.
Right.
We already know.
No, you got it, bro.
We already know about the different phases of the moon. Issachar was masters at the seasons, the times. Esau's still trying to figure that out. I was explaining to the brother, Edomite was explaining to me the other day about how the moon affects not only the tide of the water, but it affects the land too. Like if you dig, I forget what phase of the moon it is. I think he said a full moon. But if you dig a hole in a full moon, you won't have enough dirt to put back into that hole. But if you dig it on another phase of the moon, you have more dirt than what you dug out to when you go to refill that hole. We already knew about all of that when we had land Sabbaths. We moved. We were nomadic people. We already knew. Look, this is the land that's good to till. If you do this, it'll the land will be fertile. We already knew all these things that Esau Edom is trying to genetically modify. We knew that we knew that there were certain seasons for certain foods to grow.
Right.
That's common knowledge to our nation.
Hey, that's why the scriptures talk about they have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and hewed them out cisterns. What our people hold on to knowledge is not knowledge. It's Esau's perspective. That's why he talk about there is no God. That's why he talk about the Big Bang Theory and everything coming from nothing. And he convinced the whole world to believe that all of this creation came from nowhere.
Right.
Just think about how silly that sounds. But he used these $10 words and people are convinced that this man know what he's talking about. That's why it's Esau's counsel versus the Lord's counsel. And what did the Lord say? My counsel shall stand.
Right. Quick precept.
Yep.
This is Sirach or Ecclesiastes 19:22. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom, neither at any time the counsel of sinners prudence.
And this is the counsel of sinners. You watching National Geographic thinking this nigga know what he talking about, and he don't. As the scripture say, the fool have said in his heart, there is no God. They just use these big ass words to deceive our people, and that's what they were done. That's what they were called to. The scripture said that they will be loosed a little season to do what? To deceive the nations. That's exactly what they do. That's why people believe race is based on color.
Right.
That way you're born at, that's your nationality. Nah, it's according to your tribe. And he done dunked the world down so much that when light is presented, people look at it like it's dark.
Right.
They look at this like this is ignorance, and what they have is ignorance. But he just wrapped it in a shiny wrapper, man.
The whole global warming thing and the carbon footprint. Cows have been farting and manuring and burping they whole thousands of years. Now it's a problem. No, man, it's just Esau Edom coming with his underlying agenda. He has something behind this, man.
Right.
This has been going on for generations.
You don't belong in rulership, man. And the proof is in the state of the earth, man.
Oh, you see, before the so-called white man had power on the earth, there wasn't any problem with anything, man. When them devils were somewhere else being little underlings, it wasn't a problem with nothing in the earth, man.
Even-
The minute they got in power, everything got turned upside down.
Yeah, Ham
even-
ain't do it this bad.
Even under the other heathen rulers, man, you didn't have fish farms. You didn't have tilapia.
Right.
You didn't have salmon is going extinct. I believe they said it was.
Yeah.
That's why they bred them together, man. You got fish farms. This wasn't happening. Deforestation. This wasn't happening under the rulerships of these other heathens.
Wasn't no cauliflower and broccoli, man.
All
Those
these
are hybrids, man.
man, all these GMO foods, bananas with no seeds,
Right.
grapes with no seeds, all these seedless fruits. This wasn't happening back during the day, man.
Hey,
Sugar
it's
still.
like Elder Yashwama said, we never had a real banana.
Oh, that's
We never had a real banana here in Babylon, man.
and you know the
They
wicked
supposed
thing
to-
is,
right.
the wicked thing is, if you were to taste the real banana, you'll probably think it's off.
Right.
You'll probably think it tastes
Yeah.
nasty.
Well, that's why a lot of people, when they're in the States and they go overseas, they say the food tastes nasty. And the reason it do taste nasty is because this food is overprocessed.
Right.
And your palate change. The things
taste
that you
bud,
like,
yeah.
yeah, it's all processed and genetically modified to a point where you can't even receive natural food anymore.
Right. Hey, even the chicken.
Shalom.
Yeah, we
Shalom,
eat no real
shalom.
Shalom.
The barber Omi, Jake I know he's from Puerto Rico. His name is Omi. I know him too. His name is Omi. He said the chickens over there taste different because they're free range chickens. They're not pumped with full of steroids.
Right.
You know, we ain't even eating real meat over here,
If
man.
you look at the chicken farm, these chickens look deformed, man.
Oh yeah, all fat and nasty and
They look funny, man.
just to feed the greedy mouths of these unsatiable people, man.
I got one for you real quick.
Mhm.
There's Isaiah 24:5 in the NLT. The earth suffers for the sins of its people, for they have twisted the Most High's instructions, violated his laws.
Hold on, read it
That's
again.
Isaiah 24.
24:5, but NLT.
Read that again, because it said the earth suffered for the sins of the people.
Right,
Hey, the reason everything is off, because we are not in rulership, man.
right.
You got it.
Isaiah 24:5 in the NLT. The earth suffers for the sins of its people, but they have twisted the Most High's instructions.
Hold on. The Lord said he made the world for Israel's sake.
Right.
One more time, man. That's cold, man.
Isaiah 24:5 in the NLT. The earth suffers for the sins of its people,
That's crazy, man.
but they have twisted the Most High's instructions, violated his laws, and broken his everlasting covenant.
Man.
Hey,
Therefore, a curse consumes the earth.
And that's because we are not in rulership, man.
Look at it. It says, its people must pay the price for their sin.
Ooh, that's
They are
cold.
destroyed by fire, and only a few are left alive.
That's what's gonna happen. The elect, whomever they are, man. In the end, you're gonna have the elect of Israel left, and you're gonna have the elect of the Illuminati, right? You're gonna have the left hand side left, and the elite's gonna be in them bunkers, and you're gonna have the hopeful elect. Yeah,
Wicked.
yeah. Go ahead, put it there. Bring it over some more. That's who's gonna be left.
First
Evelyn
fruits of slavery.
Rothschild and David Rockefeller, they already back in the spiritual realm.
out of here.
They waiting right now.
First fruits of slavery.
They in them good bodies ready to come back and get them physical earth bodies. They're ready.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what's gonna be left, man. They said a few men left. The left hand Illuminati and the right hand Illuminati. That just said like that. You got it.
I got this quick
Oh,
one
man.
to back up what
That's heavy,
bro just read. This is Romans chapter 8 in verse 20,
Yep.
22. For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. And the whole creation is groaning, man. Everything from the birds, the trees, the animals, the people, everything is groaning because the wrong rulers in power, man. All right, everything is in a state of mourning. Everything is under the curse because of the present rulers. All right, because Esau Edom has changed the laws, changed the ordinances. All right, now the whole world is under the curses of Deuteronomy 28, man, and more. You got more diseases falling upon the people. Gout wasn't a thing in the ancient world, man. You weren't eating like this back in the ancient world. This is a present disease. Chicken pox and this number 19. This wasn't back in the ancient world. This is a newly created disease, man.
Hey, and I went through that the other day, bro. Hold on. Get Deuteronomy real quick. Deuteronomy 28 to 60 and 61. Because the Lord say the curses that's not written in the Bible shall cleave unto us.
Right.
Where all these curses, read that. Just read it.
Deuteronomy 28 and 60.
Yep.
Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt,
Right.
which thou which thou was afraid of,
Right.
and they shall cleave unto thee.
Go ahead.
Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law,
Right.
them will
Right.
the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed.
What? So all these plagues, sicknesses, and diseases that's not written in the Bible, where did it come from? The CDC.
Yeah.
So the Lord gave us another distinction, specifics on where they come from. Who brought these plagues? Why is there a CDC full of diseases? Why? The Lord made that manifest through the so-called white man. You guys are.
The scriptures describe him as his sword.
He's right.
And
I
he
went through that. I
used-
went through that
when we
lesson.
went off, the Lord raised him up to do everything he's doing to fulfill the curses. on
Feel the
us.
curses on us,
We were
man.
going into slavery by ship. How did the Lord do that? He allowed the so-called white man to be raised up to accomplish that.
Let me read this. In Leviticus, if it rains, it's already raining. In Leviticus 26, in verse 33, because this devil is the sword of the Lord, man. Leviticus 26 and 33, it reads, and I will scatter you among the heathens, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. So this sword is GMO foods, contaminated waters, right? All these different diseases, diabetes. How's it possible a person can have diabetes, high blood pressure, and gout at the same time, man?
It's ridiculous.
These are plagues the Lord say is gonna cleave unto us. That's not written in the Bible. They at the CDC, man.
Based on the name itself, Center for Disease Control.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do we have that? Not we. Why do they have that?
Hey,
Because to fulfill what the brother just said, to fulfill Deuteronomy 28:61, man.
I got
Even
one.
the plagues that's not written ain't gonna cleave us, man. You got it.
This is Psalm 17 and 13. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down,
Yep.
deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword.
right. Hey,
So
and that.
the Lord said he's going to send a sword after us. In these last days, he sent Esau.
Man. And
Yep.
this devil got multiple swords, man.
Yeah.
He's what's the name? He's Shiva. With the 6
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
He got
Destroy your
Yeah,
world.
the story
the
was.
destroyer.
Hey, he got a sword by way of his tongue.
Right.
He got a sword by way of the diseases. He got a sword by way of his military. He got a sword by way of his cunning arts, his craft, his magic.
Yep.
This devil got many swords,
Multiple,
man.
man, yeah.
Like the brother said, the CDC, that's a product of Esau Edom's pride, trying to control something that the Heavenly Father ordained. He trying to
Right.
control diseases
Right.
that is just natural. He want the power over diseases too. And that's why it says in 2 Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter, what it says, man. That he as God sits in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. This devil has a God complex, man. He wants to be the Heavenly Father. He wants to control diseases. He wants to control commerce, buying and selling. He wants to control your whereabouts. He wants to control how you your dealings, who you deal with, where you are, when you go. He wants to control every facet of life, man.
Right.
Even down to the fucking diseases. That's why the Lord has to take him out, man. But he is the Lord's sword, and he's going to be used for a time. And just like any other tool, once it's no longer of use, the Lord going to throw him away.
Hey, took them out of the toolbox, cleaned them up, boiled them down. Yeah, you got it.
Hey, but like
Isaiah
Russ,
10 and 15.
yep. But just like Russ is always going to come back.
Right.
No matter how much you clean it.
Right, he pulled them out of the toolbox, just sprayed them over with some silver coat, with some chrome.
That go in Ecclesiastes 12 and 10.
Yep.
This is Revelation chapter 6 and verse 4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword.
And there's no coincidence that the horse was red. All right. From the foundation, we understand that that's speaking about Esau Edom. All right, the red man.
Verse 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death.
Hey, if I can say this, they say he had power to take peace from the earth, and that's exactly what this devil has done.
Right.
He's taken peace from earth. And he's turned everything into a wilderness, like it says in Isaiah the 14th chapter.
Right.
Everyone is in a state of survival.
Right.
Life isn't supposed to be like this, but under the rulership of this red horse, Esau Edom, peace has been taken from the earth.
Yep.
You can't live however long you live in this captivity, whether it be 10 years, 25 years, 60 years, you're not gonna live in peace. It's gonna be something. If it's not one thing, it's gonna be the other. I think the clouds are passing.
Yeah, it's passing over. It's passing over.
Once this,
Let wait for a second. Yeah, so back in that.
this good though, because it's taking away this humidity.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So back in Revelation,
Hey, because remember, you holding something up? I know you holding something.
You need something?
No, what you got?
I was told to land back on what brothers mentioned earlier, because he mentioned how even when it came time for the other heathens to rule, like the earth wasn't in the decrepit state that it was in. It wasn't until Esau came into power. That's when, which leads me to this in First Maccabees 1:9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves.
After Alexander's death, you got it.
So did their sons after them. Many years and evils were multiplied in the earth.
Right. Now get real quick to land back there. Get Proverbs 29:16.
It said evils are multiplied in the earth.
Got it.
Because during those secession wars that under Alexander and those generals, you had under them secession wars, you had a lot of violence, man. A lot of unnecessary violence and unnecessary wars that were fought in order for these devils to take power.
right? Straight greed. Like Alexander, when he died, his generals went to fighting against each other, and then those 4 generals rose up, and then the world we know today is a product of that rulership. As the scriptures say, evils grew up on the earth. This is Proverbs 29:16. When the wicked are multiplied, transgression increases, but the righteous shall see their fall.
Right.
And precept to land back to one end. First Maccabees, you got it.
And that's exactly what happened. Because by this devil's his greed to be in power, he went against himself. He went against his brother. He turned against his brother. He put the world. He turned the world into a wilderness. He put the world in a state of warfare over his own enterprises.
Right.
These devils wanted to be in power. They wanted to be the king. So they took their empires, their militaries, and they involved the whole world in it.
Right.
And you see that in World War I, World War II. These devils are doing the same thing. They involved the whole world in their madness. So they took peace away from the whole earth. These world wars were fought over nothing. They drug Jake into it. They drug the Chinese. They drug their own brethren into it for nothing.
Yeah, that's what Muhammad Ali said. You send a brown people to fight other brown people when the real enemies
It's you. It's you. He's been his own enemy the whole time, and he's been dragging the whole world into his garbage. That's why he has to be taken out of power.
Habakkuk 2, he given to him all people.
And that's why it said in Ezekiel that not Ezekiel. I think that is Ezekiel. They shall learn war no more.
No, that's Isaiah.
Isaiah.
It's in Michael 4 as well.
They shall learn war anymore because there's no reason for this. There's no reason for world wars. There's no reason for these skirmishes that's happening around the world. There's no reason that the earth should be in this state of chaos.
And as the scriptures say though, as the scriptures say though, no, it's yo.
Let's go across the street right now.
Yeah, we're just getting ready to transition spots real quick. Real with us. We finna go underneath here.
We're gonna go across the street right now. Right, ain't that minute goes here. Let me get that up.
We're finna be over here till it starts raining, and then we're gonna come back over here.
Salakia, bear with us. It started raining. I get it. I'll go ahead and read Revelation 6. Oh yeah, get Isaiah and get Psalm 82, verse 4. Revelation 6, we read that for.
So Revelation 6 and 8. And I looked and beheld, a pale horse,
Right,
and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him,
right.
and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to
The
kill.
fourth part of the earth, which is South Central North America. This is the fourth part of the earth. North America, South Central America. You got it.
to kill with sword,
Right.
and with hunger,
That's right.
and with death,
And 3, go ahead.
and with the beast of the earth.
That's 4. And what the Lord say? His 4 sword judgment.
Right.
It's going to come through Esau Edom, man. He's the sword of the Lord. That was it.
Yeah.
All right, now see, get Revelation, get Ezekiel 14 and 21. Because the 4 sword judgment, man. And it's in Jeremiah 15. The Lord made this devil perfect, man. Because his job, hey, the heathen nations are collateral damage and casualties of war, man. The Lord is at us, man. The world was made for Israel's sake. So that's why 2/3, hey, which they can't come back, but this is for the hopeful elect to be punished and corrected, man.
And we see this playing out, man. You know, Esau, he's basically with all these factories being burnt down and everything, so on and so forth. We see Esau, he's taking control of the resources
Right.
so that everyone can come to him when, you know, all hell breaks loose.
What the
And he's
devil
going to create this, he's going to present the solution.
Right. What the devil said, you will own nothing and love it.
Yeah. Hey, what we're in the midst of is a modern day siege. You know, you
Right.
say you control all the resources, what's coming in and going out, and you slowly starve out the people. And eventually the people will come unto you.
Because
Because
they've been to your will.
yeah, they've been. Yeah, when you put a city under siege, it's only a matter of time. It's not a they ain't going if a city is under siege, they ain't gonna come out of that.
Hey, in that movie King, when he besieged the city, the generals were all talking amongst each other, and they was like, we don't know how much food they got stored up. Because what you do when you besiege somebody is you starve them out. So even if you did rush the gates, they don't have the power to fight.
Right.
Because you weakened the men. The men, they don't went days, and because they giving all the food to the women and children, so they become weak and they're too weak to fight. So at that point, they're either going to negotiate or they're going to lose, but either way, it's a lose-lose situation for them.
Hey, you know what the guy said in Game of Thrones? He said when you besiege a city, those that be stealing, the thieves, they go around the city. He said just sit back and let them do what they
Chaos.
do. And all we gotta do is get the thieves.
Chaos.
Because the thieves gonna take everything from everybody else, man.
Yep.
All we gotta do is sit back and wait, watch the thieves go and take. And then the change the scripture say, your neighbor gonna take your stuff. He said, we don't gotta do nothing. Shut the city down. The robbers gonna take everything, and then we just go at the robbers. Because everybody else gonna be dead.
Yeah.
And the robbers gonna have everything.
And that's exactly what's gonna happen here.
Exactly.
And nowadays you have even more strength of
Man.
Esau's gave everybody the strength of the sword. Everybody got a sword in their crib, man. Especially
Right.
here in America. So when it come down to it, that's why it says in 2nd Ezra, the 15th chapter, they shall not regard the words of the kings or princes, but they shall do after the roughly paraphrasing. Let me get it.
Well, when you besiege the city you got it locked down. It's only so many robbers, right? They're gonna be at each other's head too.
Oh, yeah.
So now it's gonna be limit. All you gotta do is sit back and wait. All you gonna have left is the robbers. Now you can come in with the army.
And they're gonna beg for the army to come in.
Yeah.
And that's the idea. That's why it's a modern day besieging, because
Yeah.
they already have all the
That's
resources.
cold, man.
All they doing, it's like a boa constrictor. They just tightening up the grip.
Yeah.
The more people wiggle, the more they tighten up. Until you ain't got no more oxygen in your lungs. Now you gotta come to him, or not.
Or not.
That's where everything is being pushed towards.
I got a quick one.
You got it?
Now Luke 19 and 42, because this happened in ancient Rome, right? We read about
Trench.
this.
Yep.
Right.
Come.
The siege of Jerusalem. Luke 19, starting at 42, saying, if thou hadst known, even thou at least in this thy day, the things which belong unto thy peace, but now they are hid from thine eyes.
Right.
For the day shall come upon thee, that thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee,
Right.
and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side.
Yep.
And there's nothing new under the sun. All right, history has a funny way of repeating itself, man. And it's happening once again, but this final time, man. And this final time is going to be like a time that has never been before since there was a nation on earth, like it says in Daniel the 12th chapter. All right, because things are different in this captivity.
Right.
All right, Esau Edom has been able to perfect his sword, to perfect his blessing. All right, these people have been put in a state of stupor. All right, and when, like the brother said, when the siege happens in its fullness, people are not, they're not going to negotiate, they're going to go willingly.
That's why everything is going digital. When everything goes digital, you consolidate control.
And real quick, because Apostle Paul brought this out a few times, that word trench goes back to the same Greek word that you read in Revelation 13, 16, going into the mark,
Right.
the karaks, the karagma.
Because basically Esau's taking the power even from his own people, and that's his. The scriptures talk about his desires as hell and as death. Now the Lord used his appetite against us, but ultimately his appetite is going to be used against him. Because everything he done gathered up, he's going to give to Yahweh Shah ultimately.
Right. Psalm 37:15 says his own sword, his own sword shall enter into his own heart.
I got
Yeah, because 2 Ezra 11:39 said the end of that time is going to come through them. Right?
Right.
Jeremiah 15:45. It said the least of the flock shall draw them out. They shall make their habitation desolate with them. Yeah, you got it.
I got a quick one. This is Job 20 and verse 14. Yet his meat in his bowels is turned. It is the gall of ass within him. He hath swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again.
See, it's like a snake eating his own tail, man. It's like a snake putting his own tail in his mouth, man. You got it.
He hath swallowed down riches, and he will vomit them up again. God shall cast him out of his belly. He shall suck the poison of ash. The viper's tongue shall slay him.
Hey, get sick of every 5:42 because the Lord's judgment, man. Hey, the same way we got judgment, right? We had the Isaiah 14:21 say, prepare slaughter for his children, for iniquity of their fathers. Well, what our forefathers did, we had to pay for that. That's why we here in America, still subject to payments, right? Read that.
2 Edges 5:42. And he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring, like as there is no slackness of the last, even so there is no swiftness of the first.
And that applies to everybody, man. Heathens and Israel. It applies to all nations, man. The judgment come back full circle. Ecclesiastes 1 and 9.
I got one. It's Galatians chapter 6 and verse 7. Be not deceived, Yahweh Shema Shah is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Hey, get Psalm 37:14. Read 14 and 15. Hey, because these devils think they just finna ride off, man.
Right.
Hey, we watching these devils' kingdom fall, man. And if you think these elites is at peace, they ain't, man.
Yeah.
Hey, and what is he sold? You know, how did he accumulate this kingdom? Death.
Shoot, rape, rob, murder, pillage, and plunder, man.
And that's just the cold hard facts. A lot of our people like to treat that as the elephant in the room, when you got to address that, man. How did the so-called white man get into power? By his sword, by raping, robbing, pillaging, murdering. That's how he got into power, and that's the same way he's going to be taken out.
And that's
Same way.
That's how he has to maintain his kingdom.
Right.
That's what, our forefather Isaac told him. By thy sword you shall live. In order for you to stay in your position, you got to keep killing.
Right.
You got some Edomites, they don't got soft on the journey. They don't want to kill no more.
Yep.
They don't realize what kind of kingdom they got. Your kingdom only stands by the sword.
That's it.
Them older Edomites know that, but these young computer YouTube streaming Edomites, they don't know that. They're gonna get dragged into a war. Because Esau has to continue to fight to keep what he got. That's the curse unto him that was disguised as a blessing.
Hey, the two young Edomites, well, they could be Jake, that came up, the elder knocked us out by last night. They was like, they signed up for the war, man. They said they ready to go fight.
Yeah.
And y'all ain't coming back home, man.
Yeah.
You got it.
Hey, they got more valor than the most of their brothers. The most of their brothers gonna stay home on the video game, man. They're gonna stay home and they're gonna cower down when this war is fought. When they're supposed to be fighting for their kingdom. Although they're gonna lose when Yahweh Shai return, all bets are off. But you're supposed to at least fight for the slither of this wicked kingdom that you got.
Salak, you got something you want to say, brother?
How you save everybody?
Huh?
How you save everybody? My New Testament is
Speak up a little bit.
biblical, yeah?
Say it again.
It's biblical?
What's biblical? Yeah.
Your information of tribes or nations?
Yeah. Genesis 49.
You all over?
Deuteronomy 33. Revelation 7.
New Testament too, yeah?
Yeah. Old and New Testament.
How you save everybody?
What you mean save everybody?
Yeah,
Everybody can't be saved.
You gotta figure out why they do it.
Who?
Well, punish them because they shot the person.
Who you talking about? Who you talking about, brother?
Psychiatry.
You just talking. Who you talking about?
No, man. It said psychiatry, verbal communication.
So you said everybody can be saved.
What you shoot them for? What you stab them for when I was trying to defend the nation?
Go ahead, what y'all got?
First of all,
You want a song?
Yeah, read that.
Psalm 37:14. The wicked have drawn out the sword.
See? Like the brother said, that's all they got.
Yeah.
They can't draw out. They can't draw out wisdom.
They tried that and
That's the only
failed.
weapon.
That's the only
That's the
weapon.
What's the
They tried that
reason
and
for
failed.
drawing out the sword?
That's why they tell you in Isaiah 10 and 1.
Was I aggressive?
Right? We
Yeah.
can get that too.
I got it.
Read it again up.
The wicked have drawn out the sword.
See, he don't say that we can draw out wisdom,
Finish the grass.
right? The wicked don't draw out
Don't you be
health.
Irish now, bro.
He don't draw
Let me
out
answer my
to
question.
help you. It say the wicked draw out the sword, man.
Yeah.
One
How
more
you say they
time.
just wicked?
The wicked have drawn out the sword
Right.
What?
and have bent their bow
For what
to
reason?
cast down the poor and needy.
To cast down the poor and needy, you ask what reason?
He still live,
To
they
cast
took
down
out
these
this.
people right here.
But they still got us now.
The so-called white
And I'm
man.
mixing
Go
up
ahead,
to
read one more
say
time, Mark.
Texas says-
The
Ain't
wicked-
yeah, I ain't gonna deal with that. Go
Don't be
ahead.
racist, bro.
The wicked have drawn out the sword and have bent their bow.
You said don't be racist. The Lord is racist.
Bias.
Did you know the Lord is racist?
Something like that.
The Lord is racist. He's a separatist. But go
He
ahead.
African,
One more
no
time,
man is
Salaki.
racist.
I ain't gonna get
The wicked have drawn out the sword and have bent their bow
Right?
to cast down the poor and needy
Right?
and to slay such as be of upright conversation.
Why they
That
want to
makes
slay?
some 10%
And his
of
whole,
people
but the Lord got him set up to come against the truth. It said, do what? To slay of such that be of upright conversation.
Go that way.
This is about truth and lies. That's it. Esau and Jacob. The 16 heathen nations are collateral damage and casualties of war, man. The Lord don't care about them. This is a movie, and they just extras. They just walk around the movie.
Yeah.
This my role? Yeah. Go. They just walk around.
Yeah.
You got it.
Their sword shall enter into their own heart,
You see? So at the end, when the Lord said in Job 20, when he about to sit down and fill his belly, the Lord finna stop him from eating.
They do it from
You got it.
and their bow shall be broken.
Right. That was the point. You got it all.
Let's try right now.
Okay. Let's go. We can move back. Let's go.
Y'all leaving?
Read that Isaiah real quick.
The sword for they wicked.
Isaiah 10 and 4.
How you gonna
Start
say
at
they
1.
wicked?
10 and 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees.
See, when he draw out the sword, he draw out his wicked decrees. That's all the so-called white man got.
So how you
Wickedness.
stop him?
Go ahead.
And that right grievousness which they have prescribed. To turn aside the needy from judgment.
See, what it said in Psalm 37? To cast down the poor and needy. He draw his sword against who? So-called Negro, Latinos, Native Americans, West Indians, and Haitians. Go ahead.
And to take away the right from the poor of my people.
You see? What is that? As Elder Yashua mentioned,
gotta make every day.
when it said in Job 9:24 that he covered the face of the judges, he also covered judgment.
Right.
Right. Right.
But then how you?
He's not a righteous judge.
Right.
Right.
One more time with that line.
To turn aside the needy from judgment.
Right.
And to take away the right from the poor of my people.
You see?
I like silver.
Righteous judgment,
I'll be
man.
back, bro.
Righteous order, integrity, a standard, a real way of living. But that's not for us on this side. This is not our rest. Because if Jake got that from so-called white man, they'll never want Yahushua to come. They only want him to come right now.
Yeah.
With these little peon jobs they got.
That's fact.
So the so-called white man did show a little more extra. Ain't nobody want to go home.
Right.
I like it so.
That was it. We can move, man. Wait, you gonna say something? Go ahead, bring it out, bro.
Psalm 53,
Yeah.
starting at verse 1. The fool has said in his heart,
There is no God.
there is no God.
Right. Hold on, read that again. Now, who said that?
The fool,
The fool have said in his heart, what?
there is no God.
Go ahead.
Corrupt are they,
Right?
Right.
and have done abominable iniquities.
And see, that's why Esau
Who said
do
no
it,
God did?
because he don't want to face judgment. So what he do is he try to write the Lord out the whole equation,
right.
so he don't got to actually face judgment for what he's done, and then he can set himself up as God by
Who
default.
dictated in the Bible? Y'all know that one. Sorry for y'all leave. You know who dictated in the Bible? And he had the 2 yards with him in the cave.
Go ahead, bro.
There is none that do good.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God, Yahweh power.
Right. And not one of them, man. But he got a God complex. He want to be the man.
I want to touch his gun.
Yeah, we can go. Let's go.
That's real shit. I don't need to hit that. But you sleeping at the house, caught me touching it. That's when you say get the fuck
We
out.
finna transition one time and one more again.
No, we ain't killing us off real.
Bear with us real quick.
That's not story, bro. That's poetry, man.
Lord gonna
I
fuck
said
these
poetry.
niggas.
Come back, Jake.
Nah, his ass need to go.
Yeah.
His ass need to go. Jake prancing around the fucking street.
See, walking around with a sword in his back.
Nigga, he walking like that nigga from GTA.
Animated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, from GTA.
Yeah, he walking like CJ. Jacob
You need
said
a
it's
king,
real.
man.
Cool, man.
What did the Lord say?
Hell
he
with
gonna-
us,
he
Salaki,
gonna-
moving back.
The Lord say He's gonna smite us with madness.
Yep.
Shit.
Hell back the ring.
He made it cooler.
Yeah, got rid of that millie. Yeah.
Sure enough, how that.
There you go. Smite with Matt. Yeah, but spit with Matt. Shot. The Lord said, let me cool my sons off.
Water y'all about you, man.
Partner with us over there just so we can
Yup. For he to get his judgment. Yup. To get
Smart.
Mark. Yup.
I got one real quick. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 14 and verse 5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? He shall not take pleasure in his goods. And the scriptures say his desire is as hell and is as death. The same way the Lord used him against us, his own counsel is going to be used against him.
Yep.
Because he think it's his counsel.
Right.
Really, the Lord gave you that counsel to be wicked on the earth, so he will be justified in condemning you. Man.
Hey, get that, it says on counsel shall cast him down.
And he said, he that is evil to himself, to whom shall he do good?
Right.
The so-called white man is evil to himself. Look at what he's done to the food. He has to eat the same shit.
Right.
The water, the air. Look at what he's done to the minds of the people by giving them all these drugs. His own people are subject to these things, and they falling at a more rapid rate than Jake is. They wicked to themselves, man. They can't even do right to themselves. In the secession wars, they were killing their own brethren, killing their fathers, they blood brothers, their cousins, all for vain glory, all for vain power. He's evil to himself, so how can you expect him to be good to you? It don't make no sense, man.
Let me read this real quick. This is Ecclesiastes 14 and verse 5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? He shall not take pleasure in his good. Why you can't take pleasure in your own good? Because you stole them. They ain't yours anyway. You stole everything. The so-called white man stole everything that they got, man. And then mix everything into a big gumbo here. All these different religions, right? They stole from the Canaanites.
Yeah, I was gonna say he even stole his own idols. He stole the
Yeah.
idols.
From Egypt and from the Canaanites, man.
And he tried to write off his guilt through atheism. So what he basically does, he tells everybody there's no God, so he don't have to face a judgment. That's him deceiving himself. Esau
Right.
delusional, man. But the Lord put that spirit on him.
Hey, if you could say that again, what you said, how he can't enjoy his riches because he stole them.
Because he stole them.
This is Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 6. Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present,
Right.
and let us speedily use the creatures like
Yep.
as in youth.
Yep.
Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass by us. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place. For this is our portion, and our lot is this. Let us oppress the poor righteous man. Let us spare the widow. Let us not spare the widow,
Right.
nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age. Let our strength be the law of justice. For that which is feeble, shalom. For that which is feeble shall be found nothing worth. And that's why he can't enjoy his riches, because he knows that his time is coming up, man. His time is coming up. And that's why it says in Revelation 12 and 12, he's going to come down with that great wrath. Why? Because he knows that he has but a short time.
Job 14 and 5.
He knows
Days are determined, man.
it's a bound set on him. He can't pass it. And he knows that, man.
Look, they say, this verse 8, the envious man have a wicked eye. It said, the envious man have a wicked eye. He turneth away his face and despiseth men. It said, covetous man eye is not satisfied with his portion.
Right.
And the iniquity of the wicked drive up his soul. It said he is not even satisfied with his own portion because he stole it. It's not his.
Hey, when you steal something, you can't have enough of it.
Hey,
Right.
What is Cain known as? He's known as a
A
vagabond
vagabond.
and a fugitive. A fugitive is doing what? They running from justice.
Right. Oh, what did it say? Cain dwelt in the land of Nod. Right? Nod means to just wander around. What did the Lord say? They shall build.
Y'all throw it out.
Cain running around building, Esau running around building cities, man.
Yeah.
And the Lord throwing them down. The pavement, the asphalt. Every time I leave camp on Saturday going home, they have workers out 12, 1, 2 in the morning putting down new asphalt.
Yeah.
Making more holes. Covering up one hole, making more holes.
Yep.
The sidewalks crumbling, the bridge is collapsing.
Yep.
You got it.
Hey, Esau's no better than the common thief, because the common thief, they steal. Thief is like a common repeat offender.
Right.
Like once you steal it, once you start stealing, you get used to that fast, easy shit. So you can't stop.
That's why I say, if Esau come, he will leave no grapes. He can't get it right now. He'll be back.
Right. Real quick, this Habakkuk 2 and verse 4. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home, who enlargeth his desire as hell, and is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gathereth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people.
Hey,
It
that's
said, it said either keep it at home. The so-called white man can't just stay. Now you got these Edomites, different nations, but who is the number one that go into these other countries? This is talking about the American Edomites right here. Okay? The elites control the world from America, man, from North America. They got over 800 military bases around the world, man. Ain't no Russian bases in America. Right? Ain't no Indian bases in America. All the bases is from America, man. Oh, King David. Say you put garrisons in Edom. So what Edom gonna do? I'm gonna put garrisons in everybody else too.
Right. You can do it. Hey, what the scriptures say, these prophets tormented them. at
Yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
time.
Come on.
During the Dark Ages, we had control. Even
Right.
during King David's reign, we had control. So Esau remember that, because the elites, they have the relics.
They had it, yeah.
They know the whole storyline. They just deceive everybody else, but they're aware of what's actually going on. That's why really it's the elites on the right hand against the elites on the left.
Transition of power, man. They know. They know, man.
And it's the spirit, because the Lord has the elites preserving this place for judgment, man. Because like the scriptures say, this is the virgin daughter of Babylon. This place hasn't been touched. It hasn't had any garrisons in it. It hasn't known any true war. It hasn't known famine. It hasn't known pestilence for real, for real. So the elites have been saving this place, this golden city, for the great and dreadful day of the Lord.
Hey, that's one of the greatest signs of power, garrisons. Because if you in power, you can put your base in their land, but they can't. The
Right.
Lord said, "We shall reign over many nations, but no nation shall reign over us."
Right. And it's opposite right now for the
That's
man.
so Esau, particularly these Americans, they have the rulership because they're the tip of the spear for the elites of the Edomites, and that's how they control policy. Because the whore that sits upon the beast, she's using NATO and EU to carry out her will, and ultimately it's the elites that are using the whole system.
Hey, get Psalms 82 and 4.
So Psalm 82 and 4. Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
Right? Go ahead.
They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course.
So read 4 again. There's the point. You got it.
Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
See? Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. Talking about them with the sword, man. Go ahead.
They know not, neither will they understand.
And we know who the wicked is. Right? When you read Proverbs 3 and 33. You read Isaiah 34 and 5. When you read Malachi 1 and 3 and 4, man. The wicked is the so-called white man. So one more time, verse 4.
Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked.
Hey, because if we don't, hey, like Elder Malcolm said, if Yahweh Shai don't come, we through, man.
Yeah.
Because this devil's going to kill all of us, man. You got it.
They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness.
Right?
All the foundations of the earth are out of
It
course.
said all the foundation of the earth, man. It's all the foundation of the earth. It's out of course, man. Because who's in rulership? Get Sirach 10.
I got one for you real
You
quick.
got it.
This is Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 10 in the NLT. It isn't right for a fool to live in luxury or for a slave to rule over princes.
Right,
Because Esau is a slave. He's a servant, but he's playing ruler. And you can tell that he's not meant to rule by the judgments, by the way the earth is set up. Judgment has been covered up because he's not meant to rule. He's a slave that is playing a prince.
This is Sirach chapter 10 and verse 1. It says, a wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
Right.
As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers.
So everybody is made right now, the majority of people on the planet is made in the image of Esau. That's why he take you to school, K through 12, to make you in his image. Which is really he just making you a better servant.
That's it.
Because he don't want you to be on his level, but he wants you to think like him.
An educated servant, man.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein. An unwise king destroyeth his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited. The power
Go ahead, you got it.
The power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
Right. It's a transition of power, man. But the Lord set these devils up. You got Psalm 75, verse 4, man, on down to 8. Well, the Lord say, when he start to change the power of the earth, somebody got to drink a cup, man. There's a cup there, man. And he said it's dregs, and they got to drink all of it. You hold it, so you got it.
Yeah, no. Sirach 12 and 12. Set him not by thee, lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place.
And that's what they did.
Right. Darkness, yep.
Now they in our place, man. But we know the Lord put them there. This is us learning righteousness and wickedness, man. We watching how the devil, the Lord showed them favor, man. Isaiah 26 and 10. Showed them favor 3 times. And they still can't do right, man.
Yep.
You got it.
Yep.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words, and be pricked therewith.
Job said he wouldn't even set them devils around his dogs, man. So you can't come near my left hand or my right. You can't even sit around your animals, man. You know what they're gonna do. They're gonna kill it, eat it, have sex with it, man.
Yep.
Or neuter the dog, man. When animals supposed to breed too.
Hey, what chapter are you in?
Sirach 12 and 12.
Get 13, chapter 13. Because it go into how, Esau be a friend for a moment, but as soon as the opportunity arises, he's going to take your seat, man.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we've seen generation in and generation out. Jacob set Esau next to him, try to teach him the ways, and then exactly when that opportunity arises, out of here.
I got one.
Oh,
you
verse
already
13?
got it.
I think it's verse 11.
10.
Sirach 12 and 11?
It's not 13.
12. I got real quick 12 and 10.
Come.
It says, Sirach 12 and 10, never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away.
Right. And just like rust, all right, you can't get rid of rust, man. All right, rust always comes back. And the wickedness of the so-called white man always comes full circle. He'll be a friend for a point in time, but at the end, he'll show his wickedness, man. His wickedness will rear his head once again. If Bro could read this real quick.
Sirach 13 and 4. If thou be for his profit, he will use thee, but if thou have nothing, he will forsake thee.
If you be for the so-called white man's profit, he gonna use you. What do we see with Jake in the entertainment business? If he could use you, he'll use you. If you could jump high, if you could, if you even the so-called smart Jake in this world, if you able to retain Esau's knowledge, he'll use you.
Bro, if I can mentioning that, let me read this line with that. This is Ecclesiastes 14 and verse 7. If he doeth good, he doeth it unwillingly. At the last, he will declare his wickedness.
If he do good, he's doing it unwillingly. Hey, like the brothers say, if the so-called white man is doing good, he's going off, man.
He's going off, man.
Because that's not what he was credited for, man.
Right.
If he's doing good, he's doing it unwillingly. He's doing it for another purpose. He has an agenda at hand, basically. If the so-called white man is treating you, just like bro say all the time, Just because Bob give you a Snickers at the lunch break don't mean all so-called white men are good.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
He just trying to get you, because one day he want to call off, hey, you can take my shift.
Right.
He just trying to supplant you, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all. That's what the so-called white man does. His heart is snares and traps, man.
Hey, if he offer you a higher position at a job, you want to be manager, you want to be GM,
Right.
well, he going for the district.
Yeah.
So he gonna-
He has no need of it no more.
Yeah.
So he give you the hand. See, Esau loved playing that position when he could give you a hand-me-down. That's why Esau come up to us and be like, why you ain't giving to the homeless?
Yeah.
Right.
That ain't got nothing to do with you in rulership. Me giving $1 to the homeless man is a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound.
Right.
You are the source of the problem. And that's what they try to do. They try to cover up their transgressions by pushing it off on somebody
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
But Jake
Pouring a
think
glass of water in the
because Brian and Billy gave him something today, he only doing that so that he can get you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But he investing it today to get you tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's why scripture say though he humble himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Look,
you know the cool thing is Esau put you in a supervisor position just so you could fire Jake, man.
Right.
Because they don't want to
so
do
you
it.
can do it, yeah.
So you can do that, so you can be the bad man on the
That
job.
was something serious.
That's how they do it, man.
They perfect, bro. On the left hand, the Lord said his incorruptible spirit is in all things. You gotta really think about that. The Lord made that. That's why the Lord say, be subject to the higher powers. If thine adversary is in the way, agree with him quickly. Because
Right.
the Lord made him perfect for this purpose.
You were done reading that?
If I may
He still
say,
got some
because
more.
if Esau find Jake gonna tear shit up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, yo, what the?
I'll
Yeah.
blow this bitch up. Where my check at?
Oh, you want more on this?
Yeah, read again and go ahead.
Sirach 13:4. If thou be for his profit, he will use thee. And like the brother said earlier, because like even when it comes to the so-called elites within our people, here it is Jake. They fighting. They think they're fighting for a seat at Esau's table, but he's just using you to be a better slave, man, a better servant.
An educated servant.
Because he's investing in you to keep everybody else in check.
Right.
Those are the wicked shepherds.
Right.
The rappers have become wicked shepherds. It ain't just the pastors. Because a lot of these young Jakes, who they learn from? Their mom and their daddy working 2 jobs just to maintain. So who teaching them?
Hey,
These rappers and these
right.
athletes.
And you know Esau, Life, I watching Life, man. Hey, what did it say?
I watch Life this week.
Camp 9, hey, what the old boy say? Get to work. The nigga on the nag. What the name of they had the gun all the time to shoot him.
Step and fetch.
Hey, they already got a nigga, they already got Jake watching over Jake, man.
Watch
Cause Jake
Life.
can keep Jake in line. That's what Esau think. Jake
Yeah,
can
he
keep
say
Jake
he
in
tired.
line, yeah. They had Jake over Jake. That's how Esau do, man.
And they know Jake will go hard on Jake because he want to keep that position.
Right.
So
Right.
here it is. The
man.
master will give you two whips. Jake will give your ass 50.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
Just so he can stay in the house.
Oh, he get the big house.
Bro, it's always, you have Edomite managers that's way cooler to you than a Jake manager, man.
Yep.
It's always been like that, man. This is Ecclesiastes 9 and 13. Keep thee far from the man that have power to kill. So shalt thou not doubt the fear of death. And if thou come unto him, make no fault, lest he take away thy life presently. Remember that thou goest in the midst of snares, and that thou walkest upon the battlements of the
And
city.
see, Jake don't remember that they in the midst of snares. Whenever you at your job, you in the midst of snares.
Right.
And what Esau like to do is he like to let your guard down. Come have a drink with us.
Right.
You know, come drinks on me. They love that part, so they can discover your nakedness.
Yep.
Now you wind up being the dark boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Esau think like that. You got to understand the Lord made him a perfect devil. He got the sword, he got the ability to kill, but he tried to lie his way out first. He used smooth words first.
Yeah.
When them smooth words don't work, then he silently come in there and violently take your life.
Tell me, you want to go hunting with us?
Right.
Yeah.
Then you be the hunt, man.
Just like that Jake with Shiva Jata Jake. Yeah, he said, it was his co-workers. They said, let's go hunting.
There you go, honey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake, that was, I know
With
exactly
them
what
Shiva
you're talking
Jata?
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they fucking offed him, man. They fucking shot him in the
Oh, you
woods.
talking about the real life situation?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about a movie.
It is a movie like that.
It's
Yeah.
a movie like that.
They
too.
took him to the little woods.
That's
They
what
went to
I'm
go
talking
hang
about.
out. They started drinking in the movie.
Right.
Yeah. Then
I forgot
then
the
he was
name.
running for his life.
But that's why scripture say never trust your enemy.
Right.
And just because, you got some Jakes that look like Edomites, but then you got Esau, and you have to walk circumspectly. That's why scriptures talk about being wise as serpents and harmless as doves, man. You have to understand that because you still dwelling amongst the traps and snares. Esau is still in power, and he's still looking to take advantage of it.
Hey, get Psalms 10.
I got a precept back here.
Yep, come on, you got it.
This is back in Sirach 13 in verse 5. It says 6. It says, if he have need of thee, he will deceive thee,
Right.
and smile upon thee, and put thee in hope. He will speak thee fair, and say, what wantest thou?
He crouch up and humble himself.
Right.
You got it.
And he will shame thee by his meats, until he have drawn thee dry twice or thrice, and at the last he will laugh thee to scorn afterward.
Yep.
When he seeth thee, he will forsake thee and shake his head at thee.
While he filleting your skin off you.
And that's after he done drawn you dry 2 or 3 times.
Right.
He done ran you for your money. You kept coming back. You kept believing him because he kept giving you hope. And the last time he draw you dry, he gonna laugh at you,
Feeding
man.
you, got you eating good with him, giving you drink. Come back over, we having barbecue next weekend. Bring your family.
Right. Right.
You got it.
Beware that thou be not deceived and brought down in thy jollity.
Right.
Which is where a lot of Jake is. They in their jollity.
Right, right.
It says,
Hey, that's why I tell you, Isaiah 9, man, enjoy your city, man.
yeah,
Yeah, you got it.
if thou be invited of a mighty man, withdraw thyself.
Isaiah 32, verse 13 mentions about Jake being in a joyous state. You got it, Slock, you got it.
If thou be invited of a mighty man, withdraw thyself. And so much the more he will invite thee.
Right.
Right.
Yep. When you said, no, I'm good, I got something going on. He gonna keep trying until he gets you there. Shalom.
And
He gonna
hey,
keep trying, man.
And that's why the job is one of the perfect playgrounds for Esau to work that type of magic.
Yep.
Because he'll try to get you, hey, come after work, just come have a drink with us. And you in your mind, he like, oh, just one beer. I know you got to get home.
Yeah.
But he's supplanting you the whole time, and he trying to find your nakedness.
Yep.
And that's why you have to be circumspect at all times through the spirit, because again, Esau is out here like a hunter. The scriptures call him more subtle than any beast of the
Any piece
field.
of the
man.
field, right. That's why I have to go hold the Psalm 10. You got it up.
It says, press thou not upon him, lest thou be put back. Stand not far off, lest thou be forgotten. Affect not to be made equal unto him in talk, and believe not his many words.
Right.
For with much communication will he tempt thee.
You can't trust none of the so-called white man say. Nothing, man. Nothing. It say he crouch up and humble himself, that the poor may fall by a strong one. Remember, it said he sharpened his tongue like a sword, man. Oh, Psalm 55. His words are smoother than butter, man.
Yep.
You got it.
Hey, it's just like,
You got to go ahead.
it's just like, check this out. This is just what bro said. It says, affect not to be made equal unto him in talk, and believe not his many words.
Hey, and we know we will never be equal with them devils. Because they ain't equal with us. The Lord said he made Israel to rule all over all nations, man. Never try to sit yourself and be equal with the so-called white man.
Because you can't buy your way into the mob. And that's something, Jake, we talk about that a lot. But we talk about that a lot, that it don't matter how much money you have if you don't have position. Esau has position because the Lord gave him the power.
Right.
The earth was given into his hands. So you can't, Shalom, you can't buy your way into his position. And see, he deceived our people into believing that there's a way for them to buy themselves into position. But there is no way to buy yourself into his rulership. You're still going to be a servant. You're just going to be a high-paid servant.
Hey, it said, check this out. This is exactly what bro said. It says, for with much communication will he tempt thee, and smiling upon thee will get out thy secrets. But cruelty will he lay up thy words. He will lay up thy words, and will not spare to do thee hurt, and put thee in prison. Observe and take good heed, for thou walkest in the peril of thy overthrow.
And see, this is why having a vision is most important, because it forces you to think as a nation, not as an individual. Kevin at your job is cool, but Kevin ain't in control. Kevin is a subject to his own kingdom. His people putting his ass in slavery. Of course he gonna be cool with you the whole time. We just waking up to it, but they've been having war with us. This is why they raised up this one Jake. Give him 100 mil. Let's raise up Michael Jordan, give him 100 mil. For at least 2 or 3 generations, these niggas ain't gonna think about getting out of captivity.
Yeah.
They're gonna be buying J's and trying to be like this nigga. Because they invested for the long run.
And they're going to push that mentality on others.
And Esau playing for keeps. Jake stopped playing for keeps a long time ago. Esau playing for keeps. And he playing for the long game. I don't need you. I'm getting the next generation.
Yep.
I'm gonna turn the next ones into modes.
So we'll at least level.
Y'all cool. We'll lock y'all up. We ain't worried about y'all. I need the brains of the next ones, because they gonna have kids. And then This the game he playing.
Cycle over and over.
And he's fully invested in it. That's why the Lord said, except those days be shortened, we're in a lose-lose situation without Yahweh Shah. Our back is against the wall. And militarily, as a nation of people, this is the worst case scenario.
And his job is to keep us asleep, man.
That's
So when Jake wake up, that mean the end draw now, man.
Hey, because a prime example of that is the Willie Lynch letters, man. How did that slave master thought for generations? He said, this is how we're going to keep them perpetual slaves. They weren't thinking about the next 15 years, the next 20 years. They were thinking about forever, how they was going to keep Jake in a state of slavery. And not only if the physical state of slavery went away, how are they going to keep our minds in that state of slavery?
Right.
And that's what the Willie Lynch letters explain, man. You put the old against the young. You put the light against the dark. You buck break them. You give them a slither of hope so that they come to you for something and they never wean off of you, man. That's exactly what these devils, they put it out in letters, man. They showed you, but yet our people still think that just because you have some of them that treat you decently, every single one of them is cool. No, man. This is how they think on the whole. This is them. This is who they are. The Lord gave us the blueprint on who Esau Edom is, man. You gotta believe him and you gotta treat him for who he is, man. A devil.
Right. Hey, you doing that? Mm-hmm. Hey, get that Psalm 10. Hey, what these devils do, right? They say they gave so-called Negro Latinos rights, right? So they start putting Jake in their commercials, right? One black man or one black woman with 3-4 Edomites, right? That's what they do. They put one and say, oh, we ain't racist, we equal, right? We ain't racist. So they put one Jake in a commercial or in a movie. That's what they do. So you can be like, oh, they accepting us. We Juneteenth, we made it. He did that over the course of time, man, to show our people that, oh, they ain't racist no more.
Yep.
That's part of them rocking you to sleep. Read that.
You want to start at 8?
Start at 1.
Psalm 10:1. Why standest thou afar off, O Lord? Why hidest thyself in times of trouble? The wicked in his pride doeth persecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined.
Go ahead.
For the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire.
Right.
And
See,
blessed the
and
covetous.
that's what the brother read in Wisdom of Solomon. They remember we just read it. They said, let us crown ourselves with the rosebuds.
Yep.
They boast of their heart desire, man. They said, what? Let us come and use. Let's oppress them.
Yeah. As in you. Yep.
Right. You got it.
For the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire.
Right.
And blessed the covetous, whom the Lord abhorreth.
You see? Go ahead.
The wicked, through the pride of his countenance.
Hold on. Read that again. So they blessed the covetous. Right? They said the Lord gave them right, and he did. Yahweh Shema Shah did. Go ahead one more time.
For the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire.
Right.
And blessed the covetous, whom the Lord abhorreth.
Right? So the Lord, because we know the Lord hate these, not hate, they not for our return, as they said in Wisdom of Solomon. They understand that. So what they're gonna do is everything for the long run, like bro said. Go ahead.
The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after the Most High. The Most High is not in all his thoughts.
And when you look it up in NLT, it said they seem to think that God is dead. In verse 4. Go ahead.
His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above out of his sight.
See, it said his ways are always grievous. In Proverbs 26, it said what? 7 abominations are in his heart. The Lord made them to be perfectly wicked, man. You can't change it. You think you're talking to an Edomite and y'all at the plantation? No, man. Go ahead.
As for all his enemies, he puffeth at them.
That's why I say all the hands of the wicked gonna be upon him. Oh, did you get the one to say his own counsel shall cast him down? You got it.
But he hath said in his heart, I will not be moved.
Right. That's that pride. You got it.
For I shall never be in adversity. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud.
You see? His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud, man. What he brings to the table, witchcraft and GMO food, man.
You still read on that?
Yeah.
All right, come.
You want to get something?
No,
Go ahead. I want to go to 10.
Under his tongue is mischief and vanity.
Right. Proverbs 10 and 23 it say it's a sport to a fool to do mischief, man. And they the fools, right? Fool have said in his heart there is no God. Job called in Job 30, right? It say they are base men, right? They are fools. Go ahead.
He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages.
You see, we read about the snails. This devil said snails, man. It said he sit, what? Read it again.
He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages.
Who is, he got his centurions, man. Okay, they everywhere. Jump out boys. DEA.
Yeah.
Okay, the undercovers. They everywhere.
Shoot program.
Yeah. One more time.
He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages.
What villages? Jake villages. Oh, since he read that, real quick, get Jeremiah 5 and verse 5.
I'm here.
Let's show you.
I'm already here.
Let's go. Because it show you say he sit well and lurking in the villages, man. It's talking about the ghettos, the barrios, and favelas, man. You got it.
Okay. Jeremiah 5 and verse 6.
Yup.
Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them.
You see? Who is this lion? We reading in Psalms 10. The so-called white man's a lion, man. Go ahead up.
And a wolf of the evenings shall spoil them.
Right?
A leopard shall watch over their city.
You see? Representing the so-called white man. Go ahead.
Everyone that goeth out thence shall be torn in pieces.
See? Who go out thence? You so-called Negro, Latinos, Native Americans. You West Indians and Haitians. Hold on. Psalm 10 said what? He's sitting in the cities, in the villages, lurking to do what? One more time.
Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, and a wolf of the evenings shall spoil them. A leopard shall watch over their cities. Everyone that goeth out thence shall be torn in pieces.
You see it? Go ahead.
Because their transgressions are many, and their backslidings are increased.
Because going back to he the sword, the Lord set him up, and when we read earlier, Leviticus 26 and 33, he scattered us among the heathen, and he's going to send a sword out there until we be left few in number, man. So go back to that.
I got a precept
Go
real
ahead,
quick
you
there.
got it.
This is 1 Peter 5 and 8. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion.
As a roaring lion. He ain't say no crouch, quiet lion. It's a roaring lion, man. This devil is full of rage, man. And he thrives on blood shed. You got it.
Walking about, seeking whom he may devour.
You see? Go back to that Psalm 10.
Back in Psalm 10 and 8. He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages.
Other villages. Where you Jake's at? Go ahead. He don't do it to the so-called white man don't do it to themselves. Go ahead.
In the secret places doeth he murder the innocent.
You see? That's what they do. In the secret places, man. Go ahead. They always tell me, oh, he had a heart attack. But then you find out later, oh, somebody poisoned Jake. Go ahead.
His eyes are privately set against the poor. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion.
You see? This lion, the so-called white man is a lion, man. A roaring lion. That love blood, man. You got it.
And it's spiritual because the scriptures describe Esau at the beginning as a cunning hunter, man.
Exactly.
And not only of animals, but of men. Esau knows how to hunt men. He knows how to lay in wait, watch for your likes, your dislikes, and pounce on the opportunity, man.
Hey, and he getting you weak through his GMO food.
yeah.
And you can't fight back. Cause you you got sickle cells, you got neuropathy, you got diabetes,
gout.
high blood pressure, gout. You can't even fight back. You already weak, man.
And that goes into being besieged. Because in the
Right.
ancient world, if you were besieged as a nation of people, the strong men got starved out and they were too weak to fight. Well, that's what Esau did. He's in control of the resources. You got to go to him for the one of all things. So he's tainting the resources to bind the strong men so he can spoil the house and continue doing it. That's why the Lord's going to have to come and remove this man, because his roots are stuck deep into the power seat. And it's going to take that angelic force to come take him out of it.
Hey, that's why we need Yahweh Shai, man.
Right.
Because this devil, hey, he's weakening the strong men, because we got to eat. We got to drink. We going to get them, put it in the food, in the water. Okay, what they ain't eating nothing, put it in there then. We need Yahweh Shai, man, because this devil is working on the strong men. But it ain't going to happen. Yahweh Shai say, there shall be men standing here that shall not see death, man. He says not one hair on your head going to be touched, man. Whoever that applies to, man. But he can't kill everybody.
Can't. Hey, he trying to do like he did before, bind the strong men so that he can overtake the house.
Right.
But the men that the Lord is raising up in these latter days are even stronger, man.
Get that. That's Mark 3 and it's either 27 or 28.
It's Mark 3 and verse 27. It says, no man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first buying the strong men.
And that's why you got that whole women's liberation movement, man. Take the man at the house, let the women raise the kids, man. Now your son growing up, now he part of the Transformers, man. Esau, that was by design, man. Everything that's done in America is by the so-called white man's design, man.
Right.
These banks crashing, that's by design, man.
Right.
You eating GMO food. Hey, I mentioned this in the lesson last week. You put some grapes in front of Jake, they don't want that sugar. They want they want a Snicker bar, man. That's by design, man.
It is, yeah, it is. Yeah.
You got it.
Hey, the educational system is by design. You
Right.
hit them while they're young, and so they grow up, and your ideologies and household clashes, man. So now you have the parent against the child, and now the whole household is thrown out of whack. It's all by design, man. Like the brother is saying, all this shit is by design, and that's why we need Yahweh Shai, because everything that's been set up in this present structure is off. It's here to pollute you, like it says in Micah 2:10. It's going to pollute you eventually.
No, you got Jake at school. Jake taking part. You got young Jake. Now they in a little science contest, right? Who can make the best science project? Now you graduate with honors. Now they got you somewhere working at Lockheed Martin making missiles, man. That was by design, man. You want to be an honor student? This is what you got to do. Take these classes when you 7th grade. Take these 10th grade classes, these college courses when you 12th grade. It's by design, man, to make you an educated servant, man. The Lord reversing that though for the whole select, man.
And that's
Has
why
reversed it.
that's why he's gonna come down with great wrath, because all this effort was for nothing.
Right.
And when the writing come on the wall, he's gonna go to what he knows, and that's the sword. He's
The
gonna
sword.
come down with great wrath and persecution. Why? Because he realized all his hard work for all these hundreds
It's
and
vanity,
hundreds of
man.
years was just for us to get our heritage back and for him to fall out of power.
Yep.
The brother last week had brought out that Operation Looking Glass, where they able to kind of peer into the future, and he said whatever them elites saw, it shook them up to where they in hyper mode, they in hyperdrive, and they pushing the issue. Why? Because they saw that it's game over.
Yep. Yep.
And now they gonna eventually see the writing on the wall, and they're gonna come down with great wrath. See, the only reason Esau ain't coming down with great wrath now is because he still think the lies work. When he get to that point where he realize the lies don't work no more,
Right.
he gonna go back to what he know, that conquistador spirit. You got it.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 18.
Oh, I want you to finish on that song too. Go ahead.
He that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander is a fool.
Right.
Because it's gonna come back.
Don't come back. Right.
You build your old kingdom on lies, how long you think that shit gonna last? And that's why, what was it? Thomas Jefferson said he trembled that
Lord
God
is
is just, and that His justice will not sleep forever. Why? Because they know what they did to get him. They know the lies they told to get him, and what goes around comes back around. And now the bill is due, and everybody trying to push it to the next generation.
Right.
It's time to play ball now. It's time to pay up the ticket.
Hey, the scriptures say, it grieved these devils when the father teaches his son, man.
Right.
Right, when the father teaches his son righteousness, which Yahweh's doing to us, Kala Yabba Shema Bashah, it's grieving these devils, man. So the lamb back there, read that precept one more time.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 18. He that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander is a fool.
It say he that hideth hatred. When in Proverbs 26, it reads, verse 24, he that hateth dissembleth with his lips, and layeth up deceit within him. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Right? Whose hatred is covered by deceit, his wickedness shall be showed before the whole congregation. What's that mean? The Lord says he's going to make the so-called white man bear. And you're going to see their folly. And we see it on the news. We ain't talking about GMS use news articles. It's all over the media. Now you got the so-called white man talking about John the Revelator on the Isle of Patmos, mentioning the mark of the beast. Amazon doing palm scans now. Prophecy, man. Now the so-called white man's wickedness is over the 4 corners of the earth. Everybody know they're the wicked. The world know that. Saudi Arabia is leaving Babylon the Great. Oh, I did a lesson on this week. They said they don't need their protection no more with the military. Oh, we got Russia and China for that. And just how, Salakia, just how the EU and NATO, well, that's China and Russia now. China being the monetary, Russia being the military. Babylon the Great is through, man. Saudi Arabia said they don't need America no more, man. I got Russia and China now. You got it.
Because they made a deal with Iran.
Right.
Because they really needed that protection. They needed the muscle to protect them from all them other countries while
Right.
they was getting that money from the
Right.
Americans.
Right.
Now they got the bank.
They didn't eat that bread, lay the wound underneath.
They done ran off on the plug. Now Esau like, hey, I need a favor. He's like, hey, let me call you back real quick. And they made a deal with Iran. Iran, one of their greatest enemies.
That's bad news for Israel.
It's terrible news for Israel. And that's why, hey, the least of the flock. Hey, them niggas ain't been in the news, but don't, hey, they working.
And who's Iran? The Persians.
Come on, man.
Who took down ancient Babylon? The Persians. Wait for it. It's coming. You got it.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 29. The way of the Lord is strength to the upright, but destruction shall be to the workers of iniquity.
Exactly.
And just because it's not executed speedily,
Right.
don't mean it's never gonna happen.
Right.
That's the worst thing. You get snatched out of power when you're comfortable. By your own servants.
Right.
Your own servants is telling you you're going down, and while you laughing at them, it's happening.
Yeah.
So eventually they're gonna see the writing on the wall, and they're gonna like, man, get the swords, get the guns, let's go for what we know. The lies ain't working no more. That's Esau MO. When the lies don't work, you start killing people, man.
That's why I want to read this. Proverbs 26 and 28. A lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruin. So all the lies that he pushed, nobody believing no more. So now he's pissed off. So now he got to do what? Got to pull out that sword. You got it.
In Job, I think it's what you wanted to.
Yep.
In Job 18 and 7, the steps of his strength shall be straightened,
Yep.
and his own counsel shall cast him down.
It said his own counsel shall cast him down. What's going on? Isaiah 13 and 19. The Arabians shall neither pitch tent there. Right? They laid a wound on him.
They're looking for options.
Right.
Everybody looking for.
And they got him. The Lord gave them options.
He made Gog and Magog a guard. So now the world, Africa, there was an African leader talking about that. They was like, look, the loans we get from the Russians, they're not giving us these interest rates that these Americans
Right.
giving us.
Right.
So they're like, shit, we gonna go with them, and we're gonna go with the new club. Everybody picking sides.
Less usual.
North Korea wouldn't be able to talk the kind of shit they talking if the world wasn't like this right now. The scriptures say, them niggas putting missiles together with duct tape. Them niggas ain't got nothing over there. And with whatever little bit they got, they trying to get them a 22 or something.
Right.
Because everybody got guns. They're like, well, shit, I need a gun or a knife or something. All these nations gearing up.
They got a 22 with a switch on.
Yeah. they making a homemade gun over there. They trying to get back so bad.
Yeah, man.
It's time though.
It's time.
It's like before a fight when you can feel that tension in the room, everybody gearing themselves up. That's exactly what happens. Everybody's feeling that tension. Everybody realizes what's happening right now.
Yep.
Yeah, the only people who don't realize what's happening right now are those who don't pay attention to geopolitics. Those.
It's really Jake, because
It's
Esau,
really
for the
Jake.
Esau, for the most part, they see what's going on.
Yeah,
That's why they're strapping up. It's Jake, man.
That's why they down here now.
Because tensions weren't like this 2 to 3 years ago. This is a new thing, and it's happening for a reason.
So
Tensions were like this.
Salakia. No, you got it.
It was like this before World War I, World War II. Same thing is happening now. Same tensions, but even greater this time, man. And everybody's turning against America, Babylon the Great.
Because everything is at stake now. Everybody got nuclear capability. So now everybody see what a train is going. When you deal with Ukraine, Esau, the so-called Americans, was telling the other nations, hey, send some of y'all weapons over there. They was like, man, look, we need our shit.
Right.
They done turned the earth into a wilderness. They scared to be out here naked. But that's where it's going. War is coming.
Hey, they said they were sending them hand-me-down weapons
They was.
that they had to send to get fixed, man.
It was.
So they were like, okay, y'all send us weapons that we can't even use. So we still bear.
Zelensky said that. Y'all giving us these weapons. We need more advanced weapons. And all these nations are like, man, I'm reluctant to give up my shit because I see what's going down.
Right.
I see the writings on the wall. I done stockpiled all these weapons. I can't give it up on this. You got it, huh?
Didn't Zelensky say that at one point? He was like, y'all sending money, we need weapons.
Yeah.
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 And it's a whole because everybody need their shit.
Yep.
And you telling them then give up theirs, that means they gotta wait 4 or 5 years to stockpile their shit back up. That's how these nations is thinking. They like, nah. And that's why Zelensky said, look, the Americans are gonna have to bring their sons and daughters. Y'all gonna have to stand on this shit too. Because y'all using our bodies to carry out y'all will. That's why in Revelation 17 chapter it says they're gonna hate the whore, man. Because she's the one stirring up the pot. And the Lord put the spirit on her to do that so her own allies would hate her, man.
And she's the one that's always been stirring up the pot. Like it says in Obadiah, the 1st chapter, those that were at peace with thee have later, let me get it.
Hey, and the Lord, hey, the scriptures say, I'm finna get it. Everything is being weaker, man. The Lord is limiting these devils with their weapons too, man. Because what you need to do is, the Lord saying, take all that and put that in missiles, man. Ain't gonna be no more ground, ain't gonna be no battles on the ground, man. This gonna be airfare, man. Air warfare, man.
And one of the Ukrainian soldiers was giving an account of what it was like on the battlefield. And he said that he goes weeks without seeing another Russian soldier. He said that the fight is basically they getting bombed,
right?
Or they doing the bombing, whether it's like artillery or drones, but they barely having gunfights.
That's what it's coming to, man. World War III ain't gonna be no more face-to-face combat, man, hand-to-hand, man. So everything is getting limited, man. That's where they going.
I got one.
You got it.
This is Isaiah 9:5. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise and garments rolled in blood, but this shall be with burning and fuel of fire.
Right. This is going to be a new type of warfare. It's not going to be fought on the battleground. It's going to be fought through technology. It's going to be fought through drones, AI. This is the type of warfare that we're going to see. It's going to be fought through nuclear missiles, ICBM nuclear missiles. This is something that the world has never seen before, but the Lord declared this from the beginning. The Lord created the smith that blows the coals in the fire. He created Operation Paperclip, made these devils split the atom, come up with all this shit to destroy. And now they're finna use it against themselves to not only take down their kingdom, but to take down their own brethren, man. But I got this real quick. It's Obadiah 1 and verse 7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee.
China did that too. With everything being made in China, they were able to build up their economy to now they one of the world leaders.
Hey,
they brokered the deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
No, I was gonna say, I saw it was a little while ago. They said how China was sending their stuff to Taiwan, putting Taiwan stamps on it, man, to get around sanctions from America, man. You got it.
It says, but the point is, the men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee. And what does it say in Revelation the 13th chapter? They gave their power into the beast until an appointed time, man. Yep. They played the game until they saw the opportunity. And now this devil, he's so stupid. He sold his blessing unto these other nations. Now they got missiles now. Now everybody got nuclear capabilities when he was supposed to keep that to himself.
That goes back to his greed, his desires as hell and as death. He sold them the weapons that they're going to shoot at him with.
That's why I said, the brother read Job 18, if you can get Revelation 17, Job 18 and 7, man. His own counsel is going to cast him down, man.
That was dumb. I got one.
But he don't have no understanding. They don't have no understanding, man. These devils is carnal, man. The Lord ain't giving a so-called white man a spirit. He gave him carnality, man. They love weapons. Go ahead, you got it.
To destroy your world.
To destroy your world. When is it Oppenheimer, man?
Yep. He said, I have become death.
And they have. How these devils sold their trump card, man?
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
But at the same time, you got the Russian Edomites, they got the best weapons. And they said America's spending more money, but Russia got the best missiles, man.
Yep.
Because that's teaming over there, ain't?
Yeah.
That's some smart.
Teaming is
Germany. Germany, yeah.
That's some smart Edomites over there in Russia, man.
But what happened? But America and Russia split the sciences up, man.
Yep. Operation.
They make the atom, man.
Yep.
They done split the atom, now they got nuclear, man. But Russia got it, man. I did about months ago. America spending the most money on military, but Russia got the best missiles, man. You got it.
It's Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy.
Hey, get that get Revelation 7:1. Read down to verse 3.
Real quick, there's Ecclesiastes 38 and 6. And he hath given men skill that he might be honored in his marvelous works. Because he using him to bring about judgment.
Right.
And he don't even know it.
Because going back what we read earlier, Psalm 37:15, his own sword shall enter into his own heart, man. Oh, Job 20, when he is about to fill his belly, it said the Lord shall rain it upon him. Rain what? Intercontinental ballistic missiles, man. You got it.
Revelation 7:1. And after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having a seal of the living power. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our power in their foreheads.
See? So, linking that, got Revelation 17. Go ahead. So the angels is holding back this destruction until what? Until the elect get sealed, man. You got it.
It's Revelation 17.
And 17.
And 17 it says, for the Heavenly Father hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will,
Right.
and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast until the words of the Heavenly Father shall be fulfilled.
See, until the words of the Lord shall be fulfilled, which is the elect being sealed, man. Once the elect gets sealed, it's a wrap, man. That's why Yahweh said in Matthew 9, pray for the harvest, man. Because the harvest is plenty, but the labors are few, man. We need all hands on. But that's through the Lord, waking up whoever it is in that time. You got it.
This is I got Jeremiah 51 because it links on right with that Revelation 7. It says, thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up against Babylon, and against them that dwell in the midst of them that raise up against me, a destroying wind, and will send unto Babylon fanners that shall fan her.
See, the Lord give us the general.
Old Jake, man. Old Jake finna die without knowledge, them slow-bellied niggas, man. You got it.
But the Lord give us the general. But we're living the details. All these things that happen, when the Lord say He's gonna raise them up, all of this is all the Lord. And He told us this before there was technology out here, before they had cell phones and cars and trains. The Lord said, look, I'm gonna do this.
Right.
But then I'm gonna save y'all in the last days. That's how we know that we're at the end, according to prophecy.
Hey, get Wisdom Solomon 12 and 17, real quick.
That's how we know. That's how the Lord showed power. When you think about how powerful that is, when we sitting at Mount Sinai and the Lord breaking things down, looking at the latter days,
Right.
y'all gonna fuck it up.
Right.
Excuse my French. But in the latter days, I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna fix it.
Right.
And the prophecies give us a timeline on where we at in the Lord's program. Because nobody's outside of the Lord's program. Contrary to what Esau is telling the world. Even his counsel came from the Heavenly Father.
You got it.
Wisdom of Solomon 12 and 17. For when men will not believe
Yep.
that thou art of a full power,
Right.
thou showest thy strength,
It said, thou showest thy strength, go ahead.
and among them that know it,
And among them that know it. Who know it? Us, right now, man. And call out Yahweh Shema Shah, man. Because we know it now. One more time.
well, for when men will not believe that thou art of a full power, thou showest thy strength, and among them that know it,
And among them that know it, go ahead.
thou makest their boldness manifest.
Thou makest their boldness manifest. We stand out here in great boldness in the midst of the so-called white man, telling him he about to be destroyed. His kingdom is going down, man. It said, among them that know it, thou makest their boldness manifest. Wisdom Solomon 5 and 1. See, this said, stand in great boldness. You got it.
Because this sounds impossible.
Right.
Think about what we're saying.
Right.
The so-called white man's going to go out. Not only is he going to fall out of power, but he's going into slavery.
You're going to slavery.
Think about the world we live in. Think about how impossible that sounds to the average person that
Right.
worked for this man.
Change, boy.
Right.
That's it.
Think about how it seemed impossible. But that's why scriptures say this. Habakkuk 1 and 5 in the NLT. It says, the Lord replied, look around at the nations, look and be amazed, for I'm doing something in your own day, something you wouldn't believe even if someone told you about it.
Habakkuk 1 and 5.
In the NLT. So the Lord's making our Lord willing we're part of that number, that boldness manifest by saying something that seems so outrageous to the people that when it happened, they ain't gonna help but be amazed. This man going into chains. These little Ethan Hawks, Pierce Brosnans, suit tie slick back with the Tom Ford cologne.
Yeah.
Them niggas going into chains, man. Watch. Watch.
Hey, get some 149.
And that's a beautiful precept, man, because it says,
Hold on, Isaiah
amongst
24.
them that know it, thou makest their boldness manifest. You know, why you have men out in the highways and byways on a consistent basis preaching the same message that we preaching. It's gonna be manifest why we were doing this. When the Lord brings forth His judgment, it's gonna be known to the world on why we were doing this, why we changed our lives. You know, why we followed after the Lord in sincerity and in truth, why we went out to the highways and byways. You
And the
know,
Lord said He reserved unto Himself a complete number of men that will not bow the knee. That means He placed the spirit on men to go against their own self-interest to serve the Lord. Those are men that are literally dedicated to the Lord. The Lord separated them from their own lusts to serve Him. That's a spirit. These people can't regard it because, as the scripture said, natural man, they can't receive. The Lord had to put it in the spirit of those.
Yeah, 'cause it takes a lot. It takes a lot, man, for an average person to look and be like, man, why y'all doing this? What's going on? They don't understand,
We
man.
were talking about that on the way here. How can you explain faith to somebody?
You can't.
If they ain't got it, they ain't got it.
You can't.
You can't explain that. How can you explain what you know to be true even though it's not present here? How you explain that to somebody? You can't.
Can't.
They either got it or they don't. You shoot them some precepts. If they receive it, they receive it. If they don't, it's because that faith not in them.
Job 33, the Lord got to give it to you, man. John 3 and 27, man. John 6 and 44. The Lord said He don't give it to you.
Yeah.
If you don't got it at this point right now, hey, maybe you'll get in 11, 12 hour. Maybe not. All I know is I'm holding on to what I got, Lord willing. I'm using, the correction, I'm using what the Lord gave me, man. You got it.
hey, and that's the biggest question in the world right now. Why? You know, why are we doing this? Why is this happening? Why do you have faith? Why is your faith driving you to do this? Why? Well, the why is going to be made manifest when the Lord brings forth His judgment.
And that shows the power of the Lord. When the Lord appointed the time, He said, in an acceptable time I have redeemed you.
Right.
This is the start of it. We wake up out of being African American, smoking weed, listening, doing all kind of folly, and then the Lord one day just be like, come here.
Hey,
You, come here. You, come here. And everybody, and activated all across the planet. Esau not spiritual, so he don't really see what's going on.
Right.
But if you're in the spirit, you can see it's a change coming, man.
hey, you know when chicks say, what's your 7-year plan?
Yeah.
That would ask you, what's your 5-7-year plan? I don't got one. In Romans 14 and 5, it say, one man esteemeth one day above another, another man esteemeth every day alike. But we over here at Great Millstone, all these days, hey, we don't got no 5-year plan, man.
That's it.
Our plan is how about some outside, man? That's it.
Hey, if you have a contingency plan, that means that the endeavor that you set out on, you don't fully believe in it, man. There shouldn't be no contingency plan. This is it. Ain't no plan B, no plan Z.
Bro, that's what the Lord said, don't worry about tomorrow, man.
Right.
Because if you worry about tomorrow, that means you planning.
Yeah.
You got it.
And if you're worried about tomorrow, the problems of today go unchecked. And then they begin to
Exactly.
stack up and stack up and stack up until they all fall down on you. And
now
it's
you
just
a
something you
month
can't
behind
control.
looking back.
On something you
You
should have
ain't
dealt
did
with
nothing.
today. Yeah.
So you talk about a 7-year plan. Hey, Lord wanted to be in the kingdom. So
Man, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying when the brother's going to, when the person asks you that, and you tell them, they say, so you don't got no hope, you don't got no aspirations, you don't got nothing you want to do. I'm doing it.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
You ain't like, no, I can't. You don't got, like, you don't, through, where you see yourself in 2 years? I don't even know. I don't even know.
You know what they ask?
Lord willing, in the kingdom.
Yeah. You know what they ask you? Why?
Right.
Why don't you have a
Because
father?
they don't got the faith,
They
man.
don't understand.
So they're going to keep asking you questions until you be like, listen, I don't want to talk no more. Because we, 2 Corinthians 6 and 14, be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Gone from here.
Because that kind of faith scares people. That kind of faith scares people. That's why they say they inquire of the hope that is in you.
Yeah.
Because that kind of faith scares people, man. Because they
Right.
believe that everything is going to continue as it was from
Right.
the beginning. They don't see no end to what's going on around them. And it's because of what they weren't given the eyesight.
I should ask Jake, what's your 7-year plan? He got his rich club. Oh, I plan to be a skyscraper with a Lambo. That's where they at. I should have asked Jake. Go
And,
ahead.
and if you ask Jake that and he say a Lambo and all that kind of stuff, that lets you know he don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Because everything around him is changing.
Right.
He won't have a bank account to have that Lambo, to have that $7 million sitting in the bank.
I was just about to say, because another bank collapsed yesterday. And they talking about possible bank runs again Monday morning.
So
There's
it's,
no fuel to run that Lambo.
yeah, ain't no fuel.
All of it going to war.
Jake is fighting for rooms on the Titanic. They on the Titanic making their bed, making their plans, and it's a hole in the ship. And the ship's sinking.
You know what's cold about a rotten foundation? When you build a house on a rotten foundation, you could build the house and you'll finish that bitch.
It's unlevel. It's uneven.
But at the end, it's uneven.
It's breaking. Slow.
It'll crumble.
It's crumbling slow.
But you'll build the whole fucking house. Like, you'll build the whole thing.
Look good on the outside.
It look good. But after 2-3 days, the bitch fall. That's scary.
I got one.
Ain't no foundation.
That's what Jake is doing out here. They building the whole house. And the Lord letting them finish it. They got 4 bedrooms.
Israelite communities.
Israelite communities, they got a house, a picket fence, all this land, and they sitting back looking at it, and it's finna collapse. Cause it's built upon a rotten foundation, man. But that's the cold thing about it.
Hey man, you had I ain't gonna call no names, but like a year or two ago, one Israelite camp, they were celebrating their Passover. You had them all in the video talking about, man, we in the kingdom now. Like, what?
Who said that?
I ain't gonna say no names on camera.
Said that?
But yeah, they were celebrating their Passover, talking about this is the kingdom. We in the kingdom now.
They going off, man.
Okay.
Sit on his knees. This Matthew 7:26. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it.
And that's what the majority of this earth is doing. They building a house upon sand, an unsure foundation. And when the winds begin to blow, like we read in Revelation the 7th chapter, Jeremiah the 51st chapter, when the winds blow, that's when the house is gonna come down, man. Because the foundation was all wrong. They built it upon chasing the bag. They built it upon Esau Edom's continual rulership. They built it upon a rotten foundation. But the cold thing is, the Lord gonna let them build until the house is finished. And then he gonna let it crumble, man.
Yeah, that's cool. The scriptures talk about those that put their trust in the shadow of Egypt. A shadow doesn't have no type of substance or anything.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's cool.
I got one. This no, you got it, Elder.
Yeah.
Elder, you got it.
It's about faith. 2 Chronicles chapter 20, verse 12.
You got it,
Elder.
O our God, wilt thou not judge them? For we have no might against this great company that cometh up against us. Neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee.
Right. And that's our plan. For us, the elect, that's our plan, to live by faith. Like the scriptures say, the just shall live by faith. And we look to the Lord to conquer our enemies, man, to deliver us out of captivity and to deliver us from the hand of our enemies, man.
Hey, get Romans 8:24, and then get Psalms 33, verse 4.
It's Romans 8:24. For we are saved by hope, but hope that is seen is not hope.
Right.
For what a man seeth, why doth he yet hope for?
The Lord set it up where we ain't money, that ain't hope. Having whatever you want in this life is not hope, man. Go ahead, you got it.
Psalm 33:4. For the word of the Lord is right, and all his works are done in truth. He loveth righteousness and judgment. The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord.
Keep going.
By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathereth the waters of the sea together as an heap. He layeth up the depth in storehouses.
Go ahead.
Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him.
Go ahead.
For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught.
Go ahead.
He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose power is the Lord,
See, blessed is the nation whose power is the Lord. Go ahead.
and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance.
Hey, that's it, man. So what the brother reading before that, everything that was going on, this is counsel of the Lord. The Lord had our Father in Psalm 78 to teach us these parables.
Yeah.
But that's through faith, man.
And through these parables, like it says in Romans the 15th chapter, we have hope. Hey, and you know what the cold thing about hope is? It allows you to hang on. And when your hope is
Right.
taken from you right before your face, you can't hold on no more.
Right.
It's done. If you put your hope in everything in this place, in this world, that's a dead hope. It's not lively. But if you put your hope in Yahweh Hashem Yahushua, that's a lively hope. You have hope for things to come. Esau got a wicked ass experiment where he drowns rats. He puts them in the water, makes them tread water for 15 minutes. And it's said in that experiment, he'll go under, he'll come back up, he'll go under, he'll come back up. And the last time he goes under, Esau Edom will pluck him up out of the water and save him. And then that same rat that only lasted 15 minutes, treading water, that same rat will last hours the next time he's put in water. Because he think he's gonna be saved. He has hope of being taken out that water. So he'll tread water for hours. That's the cold thing about hope. Hope allows you to hang on, man.
Right.
But having your hope in this place, when it's destroyed right in front of you,
Right.
what is there to hang on to?
That's why wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our time.
Let me read this.
When this place falls, that hope is going to keep the elect going.
Right.
You got it.
Come on,
You
huh?
got it.
It's Psalm 146:5. Happy is he that have the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God.
And that's why we are happy. In a sense, man, we happy, man.
Right.
Because we have Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua as our hope, man. The hope that the Lord has given us is something greater. We don't.
We watching the prophecies play out, man. We watching it. It's happening in real time, man.
That's it, man.
If you don't understand what's going on, then you got to pray to the Lord for that. I tell you that in James 1, man. You got to ask the Lord to give you the wisdom, to give you the eyes out to see. This is happening. And it's not on our time. That's what Jake's problem is, man. You want things to happen on your time, it's not on our time. But it's happening.
Right.
These elites is causing people to run around like rats, man. With this fiat currency. People bugging out about their money, man.
That bank run going to be a motherfucker. Excuse my French.
The food, listen, the more quantitative easing, the more they create more money, your eggs gonna be $30, $40. Your milk and bread, hey, everything got to skyrocket. They have to crash the dollar to bring in the new system, man.
And that goes back into what we were talking about earlier. When you besiege a nation of people, you weaken them first.
Right.
And then you inflict your will. Imagine going to Wells Fargo or Regions, and whatever you look, the little bit of change you had, that shit just say negative.
Right.
You run to the bank, and yeah, a lot of people just gonna take that dive without the parachute. They're gonna lose all their hope. It's over with.
They did it in 2008. 100 Brady kids.
Yeah.
Got 6 bullets.
That's it. Time to go home.
Problem, reaction, solution, man. That's the elite's agenda, man. They create the problem, man.
Right.
They create the problem, right? The people react. We got a solution. This is what you can do. Follow these steps. Take this seal. You'll be okay.
See, it's all fun and games, but they asked one bank run away from losing all their marbles.
Right.
They don't even know that. They think it's gonna stop at Silicon Valley Bank. One day they're gonna wake up and they're gonna try to hit that little, what they do, the Apple Pay. They're gonna say, ain't nothing in there. Try it again. They're gonna run to the other credit card. Something's going on. That kind of panic is gonna make these people lose it, man.
Hey, and this guy, Peter Schiff, who actually have gold and silver, allegedly, he said a dollar is only worth some cents, man. It's not a dollar, man. He said between 70 cents and lower, man. If that. So if they keep printing more money, inflation, your money ain't worth nothing, man.
The more they print.
And the apostle been saying this for years, man. You're gonna need what you used to buy for $10, you're gonna need 100.
Hey,
We watching this happen, man. No, you got it up.
That's why nothing is getting more expensive. It's just your dollar's not worth as much.
Yeah, he's right.
You got people that's like, back in the 80s, I could fill up my whole tank with like $5.
Right.
That's because your money was worth more. It's not worth much now.
Right.
That's why you need $40, $50 to fill your tank up. It ain't that things got more expensive. It's just your money's not worth what it used to be.
Right.
That's why the Lord said just weights and just balances.
Right.
Don't do bullshit like this,
Right.
because eventually it's going to come back to bite you in your ass.
And if I'm gonna say this, and that's why a new monetary system has to arise, so they can dictate the value.
Right.
So once it's digital, they control the value. It's no more on gold and silver. It's what they say it is.
Right.
And they're
cold.
suspecting a new wave of inflation because with the collapse of these banks, they've been getting bailouts. They've been sending billions of dollars to bail these banks out, and that might create a whole new wave of low-willing hyperinflation.
That's that bomb in Jeremiah 51. That's that bomb. Bailing them out, man. You got it.
I got a quick one. The Wisdom of Solomon 3, starting at 9. They that put their trust in him shall understand the truth, and such as be faithful in love shall abide with him. For grace and mercy is to his saints, and he hath care for his elect. But the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imaginations,
Yup.
which have neglected the righteous and forsaken the Lord. Verse 11, the point.
So you're neglecting to hear the words of the Lord through the men.
For
They
who,
telling you what's about to come, man. We watching it happen, man. And earthquakes everywhere, man. They hitting everywhere. This is the Lord telling you, listen, keep watching. Watch me work. Go ahead.
and when these things actually do start coming to pass, hey, it's going to further increase our faith. Because we don't have no hope in this place, man.
Right.
Our hope is this place going down. And when it goes down,
That's the hope.
right.
Jay, tell me, what's your this place being destroyed?
Right.
That's our hope, man.
But we can't tell Jake that. You know, we got to dumb ourselves down to talk to these people.
They're gonna get the straight skinner from me. I only need you coming around me anyway. You got it, man.
Verse 11, for who so despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
Right.
And the
See,
hope,
read that again. Because what's wisdom? What's Sophia? She's a nurture. Isaiah 29 say, those that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast, man. Wisdom is a nurture, man. Go ahead, read one more time.
For who?
Sirach 38 and 24, it say, he that have little business shall become wise, man, through leisure time. You got it.
for whoso despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
You see? You got it.
And their hope is vain.
Oh, see? Their hope is vain. Get Psalms 44 and 20. Or 21 maybe.
It's Psalms chapter 44 and verse 20. You said 21?
Yup, I think it's 20 or 21.
Psalms 44 and verse 20.
It says, save us from trouble.
No.
That ain't it. Look at Psalm 16:11. 16:11, I think it is.
It's Psalm 60 and verse 11.
I think that's it, yeah.
It says,
Give us help
Yeah.
from trouble. Yeah.
60 and 11, give us help from trouble,
Right.
for vain is the help of man.
For vain is the help of man. Hold on. What it says in 2 Ezra 14, it say cast away the burdens of man. What man? The so-called white man who got Jake chasing the bag. It's all about getting the bag. You get the bag, you get the woman, you get the house, you get the car. Where that come from? Hold on. In Matthew 6, the Lord says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and his righteousness, everything else will be added. The so-called white man say, get the bag first, everything else will be added. So here we go in 2 Ezra 14, cast away the burdens of man. Read that again,
Give us help from trouble,
right?
for vain is the help of man.
Who is trouble? The so-called white man. Which is what? Vain. Ain't no helping this devil. So read that again.
Back of Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 11.
See how these precepts go together? Showing that the so-called white man is nothing. And if he didn't have the bag, no one would cleave to him. The brother said all the time. If the so-called white man ain't had the money, what would he be? A cave beast?
Yeah, nobody want to chill with Esau. Nobody want to kick it with the so-called white man. If all of his money and his weapons and all of that was taken from him, and he was just another nation on the playing field, nobody would really want to be around him.
Because he don't got no wisdom. The nigga is dumb, man. The nigga got his people out here homeless. And they got all the resources that you can't put a number on. Why is there homeless so-called white people in America, man? I'm going to keep asking it. We want answers. They got the money, man. Hold on, read that again.
Esau taught these people how to be groupies. But where's that in Isaiah 10, where it talks about how the elect wouldn't trust upon a stage?
Right, they
Lord?
want to
Right,
stay up on
right.
in that smoke, right?
So back in Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 11, for whomso despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
Right. And we see, that's why Jake down here right now getting drunk with the so-called white man.
Yeah.
Because their whole week is miserable. Because they don't got no hope.
Yeah.
They don't got no hope. Their best hope is, I got to get this bag. Because if I don't get the bag, back to the ghetto you go.
I got one
Hey,
real
you
quick.
can't pull none of these up. You seen Jake struck out over there? Jake was walking, them three women that passed by here, Jake was walking behind them, striking out. Baby, please. Walking right behind them, bro.
I got one.
He probably got the bag too, still striking out.
Jake in the truck earlier.
This is
Dude, man.
This is Luke chapter 12 and verse 15. You know what? You grab it.
Hey, man, without this truth, you are miserable, as the scriptures say, man. Hold that, don't go nowhere.
Kill yourself.
This is Luke chapter 12 and verse 15, and it reads, "And he said unto them, Take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesses."
Right, man.
Oh, I got a precept for you.
Job 28.
I got
Wisdom
it.
of Solomon 8 talks about, hey, wisdom, man.
I
You
got
can't
another.
find wisdom nowhere on earth, man.
And it's priceless.
You can't find it, man.
It's priceless.
You can't find wisdom, man. Hold on, read that again. Salaki.
Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 11.
Yeah,
For whoso despises wisdom and nurture, he is miserable.
he is miserable, man. And that's why Jake got here through, because they can't find it. The Lord don't give it to you. You're going to die grievously, man. Go ahead.
And their hope is vain.
Their hope is vain, man. Why? Where's their hope at? In the so-called white man's kingdom, flourishing? That's what Jake hope is at, man. You got it. Whatever you got.
I think the hall you had.
Oh, yeah. Come
Yeah,
on.
this is Luke chapter 12 and verse 15 in the NLT. Then he said, "Beware, guard against every kind of greed. Life is not measured by how much you own." Because that's Esau's MO.
Right,
Esau's
man.
MO is stuff.
Birds of man.
Because without the stuff, nobody would want to be around him.
Right,
So his mentality is the more stuff I get, the more people gonna look at me like I'm God.
right.
But that's not the mentality we supposed to have as Israelites.
Bro, he said in Isaiah 14, I'm going to sit amongst the stars,
Right.
among the congregation. So you control the religion. You control what philosophy goes out to schools, all the schools, college, first grade through kindergarten through 12th grade. Hey, Colossians 2 and 8, the rudiments of the world, which is what? The so-called white man's way of life. You either going to follow their way or there ain't no way, according to the so-called white man.
Right.
That's a lie, man. Before that devil was in power, it was the Israelites' way. You got it.
Yeah, you got it, Elder. No, you got it, Elder.
Proverbs chapter 11. I'm going to read verse 28 and 29. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch.
Read it one more time.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 28. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall,
Right.
but the righteous shall flourish as a branch.
And look, then you got these ones, right? You got these lower level ones that's under Bill Gates, that's under Warren Buffett, that's under Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. What's happening with their money? What's happening to it? They losing it.
Yep.
They losing it. If you ain't up there, you down here.
Yeah. And a lot of them rich Edomites are gonna take that dive.
That's who, right?
Because Esau gonna take it from them too. The ones that think they own, they juiced in because they know a friend that know a friend that know a friend.
Right.
When Esau start rolling, he gonna take them out too.
Now listen, they say they cover, if you got what, 500, 600,000, they cover 250,000.
Right.
Where the rest of that money at, man?
Being invested in
Oh,
something.
the Rothschilds got it. The Oppenheimers got it. Cause it ain't just disappear. It ain't disintegrate. Where is it?
Yep.
Somebody got that bag. But we gonna cover you for 250. But the rest of it. And what you know this nigga Biden said? Anybody that invests, they know this is a part of capitalism. You lose some and you gain. What? Nigga, where my money at? This nigga's live on TV and said, you lost it. Get over it.
And he tell his own people that shit.
Bro, that's crazy. King David, Solomon, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob never lost nothing, man.
Hey, the elder in London said this before. He said, "Power is not diminished; it's merely translated."
Right.
Meaning you don't lose power. You just shift it.
Right.
So all of the wealth and money and all of these things are being shifted to the elites.
To the elites,
From
man.
the regular Edomites to the elites. And that goes into what they call classism.
Right.
You got it?
Good.
You got it, Elder.
If I may say, because that's another thing with these bank collapses, that is further another attack on the middle class. So you're either gonna more and more fall into the category of the rich or the poor.
You either part of the Rothschild Oppenheimer's family, like that, like the media family, or you down here with Negro, Latinos, and Native Americans. Welcome back.
You know, in between.
You can have it.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 29. He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind.
You see? It tell you in Sirach 14 that he's a nigger at his own table. It say, why should an image man, why should a nigger, man, get Sirach 14, start at 6. Hold that. Cause this say he's a nigger at his own table, man. And we gonna keep, why is it homeless, so-called white people's in America, man? When the so-called white man got all the resources. Michael Jordan got to go to the white man to get his food. And he got billions of dollars.
Hey, if I may say this, man, the banking system from the jump was a terrible idea, but it was, but it was a good idea for the ruling elites, because if you can't keep your resources and your wealth at your home, like back in the ancient world, your resources were right there with you, your house, your land, your cattle, your slaves, whatever you had.
That's why Scrooge McDuck dust off every coin he had in the bank, in his cell, in the cellar. Each and every coin, he polished it, man.
Yeah.
He kept eye on it, man.
Everything you had was right there. You didn't have to go to another man to manage your resources.
Right.
But Esau set it up to where you can't keep all that paper in your house. If you do have $250,000, it wouldn't be safe to keep it in your house. So you have to go to a bank.
That's what they said it would be safe. You might get, somebody might break in, or a tornado might come through.
Yeah.
It might be a flood.
And you
destroy
lose,
that.
You lose everything.
So bring it to our bank. We're gonna hold it for you. Put a little bit of interest on it. Hey, and we're gonna use your money while it's here.
And so that was the beginning of the elites controlling your resources. Now they're trying to take it up to a whole nother level.
You got it. Yeah, read that.
Sirach 14:6.
Yeah.
There was none worse than he that envieth himself.
You see, hold on. There's none worse than him to envy himself. They're talking about the so-called white, Jake too, but this applies to these devils, those that's in power. Go ahead.
And this is a recompense of his wickedness.
Right.
And if he doeth good, he doeth it unwillingly.
Right.
And at the last he will declare his wickedness.
Go ahead.
The envious man hath a wicked eye.
The envious man have a wicked eye. Go ahead.
He turneth away his face and despiseth men.
Go ahead.
A covetous man's eye is not satisfied.
A covetous man's eye is not satisfied. Habakkuk 2:5. Go ahead.
With his portion.
With his portion. Read again.
A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion.
With his own portion, man. Why not? Y'all own all the resources. But the devil said they want everybody tagged like cows, man. Go ahead, because he want to own the people.
Hey, if I can get this real quick, the
You got
definition of envy, of the etymology online, it says jealousy, rivalry. It says an evil eye, to cast an evil eye upon, ill will, to envy, to hate. It says to be jealous of. And he's jealous of his own self.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, he's envious of his own self. He has an evil eye against his own self, man. And like the scripture said, like the brother read earlier, to him that is evil to himself, to whom will he do good?
Right. Was that verse 5? Read verse 5.
Back in Sirach 14:5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?
Right. Go ahead.
He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
Now jump back down to the other verse. See, it said he shall not. Read that again.
Verse 5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
He shall not take pleasure in his own goods, man. That's madness, man.
It's crazy. Because he's not going to stop.
He ain't gonna stop.
And see how people think one day he's going to stop because he keep lying to them and they keep believing. The man not going to stop.
He cried to humble himself that the poor may fall by his strong one.
That's the scary part. If the Lord didn't come back, this man would it's not in him to consider what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's just in him to keep taking.
Hey, it said he would not take pleasure in his goods. Why? Because they stolen. He didn't get the shit in the first place.
Right.
He didn't accumulate it by himself. So what happens when you don't work for something? You just
Yeah.
But when you work for something, it's yours. You want to take care of it, man. You have care for that thing. Esau ain't work for shit. He got now.
And that's why these Edomite kids is spoiled, lazy, man. They're lazy. I was watching, I forgot what movie it was, but he was like, everything you got was given to you. And he didn't want to do nothing. I forgot, I can't even think of, I've been watching so many movies. Marcus Aurelius' son, Commodus.
Right.
He won't do nothing, man. We watched the movie, what, Romans? Gladiator. Hey, he ain't gonna do nothing, man. All he wanna do is what? Drink wine and pop women, man. That's all he want
All
to
the
do.
trinkets.
Commodore, man. Hey, his father like, listen, man, you don't want to do nothing, man. I don't gotta do nothing. You done. Oh, King David and Solomon. Solomon had to do nothing. King David set it up for him.
Hey, but that's the perils of creating peace through wickedness.
Con.
Hey, like the old parable is, good times create weak men create bad times, and that cycle continues. When you create peace off of wickedness, your sons, like the brothers say, they don't want to do nothing.
They don't want to do nothing.
They just want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, enjoy the fruits of your raping, robbing, and murder.
Hey, that's what happened to Jake, man. We waxed fat and kicked. That's what the Lord said, all right, watch this. Now, as brother always go into our servants, we serving them, man. Because we waxed fat and kicked, man. We won't do nothing.
Yep.
We won't do nothing. We got the bag, we got land, we had the women, right? Oh, we go. Bring me 2 goats and 2 turtle doves.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Big
Go ahead.
The scripture say we trusted in our own beauty.
Right. And you got Ezekiel 16. You got it.
Sirach 14:9. A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion.
You see, his own portion, and they got all the resources. The so-called white men own all the resources, and they still ain't satisfied. Go ahead.
And the iniquity of the wicked drieth up his soul.
You see, the iniquity of the wicked said drive up his soul. What's gonna drive him up? That fire, that heat. You got it. You got it.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 29. He that troubleth his own house.
He that troubleth his own house, man.
Right.
He's a nigga at his own table, man.
Right.
He don't care about his own people. If he did, it wouldn't be no GMO food. Or they just say, let's just sell it. Now these devils just came and found out and said that Whole Foods don't got no damn organic food. But you got these top people, we in Florida down here, you got these places like Windmill. They buying their food from Whole Foods. When you go to Windmill, you pull up, I just go to the ice cream shop over there. All you see is Phantoms and Lamborghinis and Bentleys over there. They eating GMO ice cream, man. And they got the bag.
And exorbitant rates.
Come on, man. You got it.
Shall inherit the wind, and the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart.
Who is the wise of heart? The elected Israel. Israel overall. In Proverbs 26, Proverbs 26:11, it say, a fool, read it for me, please. Proverbs 26:11. Matter of fact, read 10 and 11.
This is Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 10. It reads, the great God that formed all the things both rewarded the fool and rewarded transgressors.
So Esau got his portion, 2/3 of Jake got their portion, man. Go ahead. So guess what's gonna happen to all their asses? You got it.
As a dog returned to his vomit, so a fool returned to his folly.
That's what's gonna happen, man. They're gonna have to give it up, man. Do death by pain. All of them. Whatever y'all got.
I got a quick one.
Go ahead.
This is our Sirach, or Ecclesiastes 21 and verse 4. It says, I'm gonna start at verse 3. All iniquity is as a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
The wounds whereof cannot be healed.
Yeah.
To terrify and do wrong will waste riches. Thus the house of proud men shall be made desolate.
Because they ruling in wickedness, man. They don't do nothing that's rightful, man. These devils splicing seeds. Now these devils talking about they taking sales, they getting rid of the cattle and the real chicken and the real turkeys, taking the cells from these animals, put them in a bioreactor, creating lab-grown meat, man. And they've been doing it. You got it.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 11. Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished.
Well, vanity means emptiness. Wealth gotten by nothing leads to what? Go ahead.
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase.
You see it? You got it. You got it.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6 and verse 1 in the Good News Translation. It says, so then, you kings, you rulers the world over, listen to what I say and learn from me. You govern many lands and are proud that so many people are under your rule.
What is that?
This is a Good News Translation, Wisdom of Solomon 6.
Okay.
Verse 3, but this authority has been given to you by the Lord Most High. He will examine what you have done and what you plan to do. You rule on behalf of the Most High in his kingdom, and if you do not govern justly, if you do not uphold the law, if you do not live according to the Most High's will, you will suffer sudden and terrible punishment. Judgment is especially severe on those in power.
Hey, get Psalm 75 and 4. Start at verse 4. Read it one more time, man.
And this is Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 1 in the Good News Translation. So then, you kings, you rulers the world over, you listen to what I say and learn from it. You govern many lands and are proud that so many people are under your rule. But this authority has been given to you by the Lord Most High. He will examine what you have done and what you plan to do. You rule on behalf of the Most High and his kingdom. And if you do not govern justly, if you do not uphold the law, if you do not live according to the Most High's will, you will suffer sudden and terrible punishment. Judgment is especially severe on those in power.
Ooh, that's heavy. Read
Esau's in power, man.
That's heavy. Start at verse 4.
Psalm 75 and 4.
That's heavy.
Hey, and the judgment is going to be severe upon those who are in power, because when you're in the seat of rulership, you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to know how to govern the people. Right. Therefore, the brunt of the judgment comes upon you, because like the scripture saying throughout the 10th chapter, as the ruler of the people is, so are the people.
Right.
So if you as a ruler are supposed to know what to do, if you're put in that position, if you make the terrible decisions, those consequences are going to affect you first. Right. You're going to get the brunt of that judgment because the people are following you.
Hey, you know, it's cold. The Lord say about warning the people, about getting that blood off your hand. Same difference, man. That's the same thing. If you telling the people something wrong, the Lord gonna judge you for that, man. You got it.
Psalm 75 and 4. I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, lift not up the horn.
You see, when you're reading that in the Wisdom of Solomon, in the GNT, it said that pride, man.
Yep.
Read it one more time.
I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly.
Deal not foolishly. Talking to these elites, cause that's who's in control of everything, man. Warren Buffett and Bill Gates don't got nothing, man. The numbers that they got, 3.5 billion, that's nothing, man. 60 million, 10 billion, them ain't no numbers, man. Them elites can take that away tomorrow, man.
When you own the resources, the numbers don't
Ain't
matter.
no numbers on resources, man.
Those are debt numbers. When you own the resources, none of that shit matter. That's why they give Jake 60 million, 80 million dollars.
Right.
Why would they do that? Because the money don't matter.
Right.
If they own everything, the money don't matter. You got it.
I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly,
Right.
and to the wicked, lift not up the horn.
Right.
Lift not up your horn on high.
Now hold on. In Isaiah 26 and 10, it said the Lord showed them favor, man. 3 times, 3 rulership, so-called white man. The Lord showed them favor. So read it one more time, Mark.
Lift not up your horn on high.
Right?
Speak not with a stiff neck.
Go ahead.
For
And how do they speak? So, Isaiah 10 and 1. Woe to him that decree unrighteous decrees. Right? It saying let favor be showed to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. So one more time, verse 4. This is the Lord talking to the elites, man. You got it.
I said unto the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked, lift not up the horn. Lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck.
And they speak through their laws, through their policies, through their religion. Go ahead.
For promotion cometh neither from the east.
Because, hey, you didn't get this by yourself. I gave it to you. That's what you read in Wisdom of Solomon.
Right.
I gave you this. And this what you're going to do with it?
Right. Hey, because the Lord hate the perversion of judgment.
Right.
You oppressing the weak, preying on the weak, perverting judgment. The Lord hate that.
And we had the option to do right.
And we got taken out of power because of that.
Right.
Because we had everything and we perverted judgment.
Right.
We went into slavery. You know how us going into slavery happens? This town dropped the ball in Israel. Their elders at the gate stopped holding judgment in that one town in Israel. Then the other town hear about that, and they like, well, fuck it then.
Right.
And then before you know it,
Domino effect.
that's the last lifeline is chipped. And then at that point, we all got to go into captivity. And that's what happened over and over again. The Lord gave Esau the world, and he's like, all right, like he did the Canaanites, I'm gonna chastise them little by little and see what they do.
Right.
He still ain't get it. All right, now I'm justified and coming down heavy on him. What's that? Second Maccabees 6. The Lord don't deal with us like he deal with other
starting at
nations.
verse 14, yeah.
The Lord just patiently let him.
14.
He let it stack up, so that he be justified in what he's about to do to Esau, man.
Right.
And that's cool, because just, we're not talking about a few. Just one of these elites can cure war hunger, man.
Yeah, man.
That's cool.
Just one of them, man.
Which
And it's
is-
60 families, man.
Because money is liquid to the real elites. They have control over the money.
That's-
Like they're above the money.
That's
So
the-
they can really.
That's actual rulership. When you own resources, our people think that being rich is you barely get to see your family.
Yeah.
You only see them on holidays, and you working 80-hour weeks. These athletes, these rappers, them niggas is not wealthy. They
Yeah.
are rich. They are high-paid servants, and they gotta stay on master plantation
Right.
to keep the money coming.
And they just well off. They
The
ain't even
elites
rich.
get to live. They actually get to live. They get to sit in a
Right.
mansion, think about wickedness, make phone calls, and watch it get done. That's real power. Our people don't have power, man.
What's
You
that
gotta-
determine? They determine what things go at.
Right.
Put this here. Move that around over there. Shut that down.
Back in Psalm 75 and 6. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south. But the Most High is the judge. He putteth down one and setteth up another.
So the Lord said, hey, don't deal foolishly. Don't lift up your head. Don't be proud. Because if you do, go ahead.
For in the hand of the Lord there's a cup,
There's a cup. Remember, if you do these things, there's a cup. And what? The 2 Corinthians 5:42, the Lord said he likened his judgment unto a ring, man.
Goes around, comes back.
Galatians 6 and 7. We read it earlier. Go ahead.
and the wine is red. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same.
And in Jeremiah 25, we start at verse 14, all the way down to like 32. Everybody finna drink some of this wine, man.
Because the Lord cashing in on all bets.
Right.
You bet with Esau, you're gonna lose your
All
money.
right.
Because the Lord coming, everybody's betting with their life. Everybody's betting with their life. You don't think the Lord coming back? You bet your life on that.
Right.
Yeah.
You got it.
You are.
But the drugs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and
Right.
drink them.
Starting with the so-called white man. They trying to make themselves like Esau, right? Down rich.
Yep.
2 Corinthians 15, right? If you made yourself like Esau, trying to make themselves, everybody following behind who? The so-called white man. Because the earth was given to the hand of the wicked. Go ahead.
But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the power of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted.
That's it, man. Hey, hold Jeremiah 25. You got it.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 20. He that walketh with wise men shall be wise.
Right. That's why the Lord say, get thee to the great men in Jeremiah 5. Oh, and Sirach 6. We're at the doorsteps of the wise men, which we did, which we are still doing. Because we're going to, mentioning what LDI's woman the other day, we're going to always need leaders, man. We're going to always need leaders, man. You got it?
But a companion of fools shall be destroyed.
And Esau is the fool, and all the other nations are companions, and 2/3 are also companions of this fool. So they're gonna die to death, because now you betting with this man. You got two witnesses. You got the witnesses that support the Lord, that believe in the words of the Lord, and then you got the witnesses that support Esau, and they believe in Esau's counsel. And now we're about to find out who's right and who's wrong.
Right.
That's
Right.
the big showdown. Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows.
Hey, if Jake gonna start to see Esau, hey, they're gonna try to jump ship, and you ain't gonna be able to jump
Too late.
ship.
It's too late.
You're gonna try to change sides at the last minute.
What's that, Zechariah 7?
Yeah.
As you,
Yeah,
When
I
I
cried. Yeah,
Those foolish virgins.
yeah. Go ahead.
you got a
it.
question? You got a question?
Oh, I just was trying to just learn.
All right, cool.
What's your nationality according to your father? What's your father?
German.
Like, what's his nationality? Germany is a location. That's not a nationality.
Yeah.
So what'll be his pedigree? Do you see it on his sign?
Probably white.
Okay. Okay. You got it. Go ahead and read that.
Which verse?
Well, what we talking about is the 12 tribes of Israel, so-called Negroes, Latinos, Native Americans, West Indian Haitians. We'll be the 12 tribes of Israel according to the Bible, the Lord's chosen people. Well, the people say the people that's in the land of Israel, those are not the Lord's chosen people over there. Because if it was, there would be no war in the land of Israel. There's missiles getting shot off. The Palestinians fighting against the Israelis every day. The scriptures say when the Israelites go back to that land, there would be no war. There would be no weapons. The Lord said he's going to burn up all the weapons. But that's how we know, and the so-called Jews go back to this tribe, Judah, the tribe that Messiah came from. So we teaching our people to return to the Lord before he destroys North America with missiles. Because America going to be destroyed. All the allies that join to America are going to turn on America and shoot missiles.
And you see it happen. The scriptures talk about World War III happening. And right now, every nation is starting to pick sides. Even what's going on in Europe is a product of because they supported America with the Ukrainian situation. Now they're going through that energy crisis, right? Yeah. So the scriptures talk about the allies of America eventually turning on her for their own survival. All of these things are playing out according to the words of the Lord.
So we tell now people to return before the Lord destroy. Because 2/3 of these people are going to be destroyed. He's only going to save 1/3 of these people. So that's why we out here just teaching the words of the Lord. Go ahead and read that.
Verse.
Start at 12.
Jeremiah 25:12. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon,
Right?
and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity.
Now that happened in ancient Babylon. Well, America is Babylon the Great. So it's going to happen again. Go ahead.
In the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
And the Chaldeans, these magicians, right? Witchcraft. Today, the so-called white man, his witch, he do the same thing. Witchcraft. But it's talking about the Edomites today, the so-called white man. Go ahead.
And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have pronounced against it, even all that is written in this book.
Now hold that real quick. Get me Jeremiah 51 and 64. Start at 60. Showing you this ain't talking about ancient Babylon, which is in Iraq. All right, brother. This ain't talking about ancient Babylon in Iraq. It's talking about Babylon the Great. You got it?
Jeremiah 51 and 64.
Start at 60.
60. So Jeremiah wrote in the book all the evil that should come upon Babylon.
Right?
Even all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Sariah, when thou comest to Babylon, and shalt see, and shalt read all these words, then thou shalt thou say, O Lord, thou hast spoken against this place.
Right.
To cut it off, that none may remain in it.
That none may remain in it. This ain't talking about ancient Babylon, man. Ancient Babylon, Iraq is in business right now. People over there right now moving around. Go ahead.
To cut it off, that none shall remain in it,
Right.
neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. And it shall be when thou hast made an end of reading this book.
It says it shall be desolate forever. It said, but what? Read that verse again right there.
And it shall be when thou hast made an end of reading this book.
Hey, this is cold. When thou hast done what? Reading this book in Babylon. The book wasn't done being read when ancient Babylon fell by the Medo and Persians, man. One more time, huh?
And it shall be when thou hast made an end of reading this book,
Right?
that thou shalt bind a stone to it.
Hey, when this book is done being read, what does that mean? Family of the word, right? Amos 8 and 11. One more time. This ain't talking about ancient Babylon, man. You got it.
And it shall be when thou hast made an end of reading this book, that it shall be that thou shalt bind a stone to it, and cast it into the midst of the Euphrates.
Right?
And thou shalt say, thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not rise from the evil that I bring upon her.
So when this book is done being read, that's called Amos 8 and 11. Family of the word. Now go back to where you was at right there.
Back in Jeremiah 25 and 13.
Yup.
Real quick.
You got it.
Nahum chapter 1 and verse 9.
Yup.
What do you imagine against the Lord? He will make an utter end. Affliction shall not rise up the second time.
Beautiful. You got it.
Back in Jeremiah 25 and 13. And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have pronounced against it,
Right.
even all that is written in this book, which Jeremiah hath prophesied against all the nations.
You see? Against all the nations. See, this is end time prophecy right here. Go ahead.
For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also.
You see? Shall serve themselves of them also. Hey, it's not Jacob. It's not we tributaries to all nations, right? The biggest consumers on the earth. Go ahead.
For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also,
Right?
and I will recompense them according to their deeds.
Yeah. Everything that you did to Jake, what the Lord said in Zechariah 2, you put your hands on the apple of the Lord's eye, man. Oh, Lamentation 1 and 1.
I got one.
We have become tributary, man, to all these nations, man. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah chapter 49 and verse 7. Thus
Yep.
saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Yasharallah and his Holy One, to him whom man despiseth, to him whom the nations abhor,
Right.
to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and arise, princes also shall worship, because of the Lord that is faithful, and the Holy One of Yasharallah, and he shall choose thee.
Wait, where you was at it now?
Isaiah 49 and 7.
Could you read that one more time, please?
Isaiah 49 and 7, thus saith the Lord, the Redeemer of Yasharallah and his Holy One, to him whom man despiseth, to him whom the nation abhorreth, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and arise, princes also shall worship, because of the Lord that is faithful, and the Holy One of Yasharallah, and he shall choose thee.
Man, and that's exactly what the Lord is doing right now as we speak. The Lord is choosing his prized possession once again. Before time, he forgot us. You know, he turned his face from us. But now the Lord is starting to turn his face back to us, man. He's starting to remember us again and choose us again, man. All right, we're being chosen by Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Lord willing, well, the elect chosen. We're being chosen.
Now forgot us.
Yeah, turn his face. Turn his face.
Isaiah 49.
I still got 49. Isaiah 54 and 7, for a small moment have I forsaken thee,
Right.
but with great mercies will I gather thee.
Right.
Right.
Get the one in Isaiah 49. But he never
Yeah,
forgot
I
us.
got you. I got you.
Right.
This Isaiah chapter 49 and verse 8. Thus saith the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee. And I will preserve thee and give thee for a covenant of the people to establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritages.
Right.
That thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth, to them that are in darkness, show yourselves. They shall feed in the ways, and their pastures shall be in all high places.
Right.
Jumping down to 14. But Zion said, the Lord hath forsaken me, and my Lord hath forgotten me.
Right.
Can a woman forget her sucking child, that she should not have compassion on the son of her womb? Yea, they may forget, yet will I not forget thee.
Right.
Behold, I have graven thee upon the palms of my hands. Thy walls are continually before me.
Hey.
The Lord cold.
Lord cold. And in
Well,
Jeremiah 2,
sheesh.
in Jeremiah 2 and 31, Jeremiah 2 and 32, the Lord say, my people have forgotten me days without number. The Lord can never forget us, man. We the apple of his eye, man. So go back to that Jeremiah.
Back in Jeremiah 25,
Man, call like about shot, man.
verse 14. For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also,
Right?
and I will recompense them according to their deeds
Right.
and according to the works of their own hands.
What they did to us, man. Because this is about Israel, man. This is about Negro, Latinos, and Native Americans, man. About the so-called white man, what he did to us, man. Go ahead. And the other nations. Because they said what? The dogs licked Lazarus' wounds, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
But thus saith the Lord, power of Israel, unto me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink it.
Right. All the nations, man. Here go the list. You got it.
And they shall drink and be moved
Right?
and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them.
Hey, and what does it say in 1 Peter 4 and 17? He gonna start well in the house of Israel, right?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Then
Because 2/3 of our people are committing treason.
Right,
Treason is punishable by death.
right.
Because we're supposed to be serving the king, not Esau. We're supposed to be, that's our contract. Every time we're born into the earth, we're born into the earth to serve Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Right, right.
When you go against the grain, you're committing treason. Treason is punishable by death, so the Lord gonna start at his house first. You were disloyal to the king, off with your head.
Oh, with your head.
And while he was on the far journey, you know, those wicked servants turned against him.
Yep.
Tried to rule his
Lost
house.
patience.
Then took I the cup at the Lord's hand and made all the nations to drink unto
ahead.
whom the Lord hath sent me.
Go ahead.
To wit, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah.
See? To wit, Jerusalem and the city of Judah, man. 1 Peter 4 and 17. Yeah. Come, yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
To wit, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah.
Because you're going to drink first, man. Treason, man. Go ahead.
And the
Yep.
kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, and astonishment, and hissing, and a curse.
See, the Lord called you men of Israel kings, and you women princes. But guess what? You part of the 2/3. You gotta die and come back, man.
Hey, to land back that point, this is Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 8. For he said, are not my princes altogether kings?
Right, right. Here the Lord telling you, hey, you a king, and you a princess, but off with your head. Go ahead. Read that
Pharaoh-
line again.
To wit, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah,
Right.
and the kings thereof, and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, and an astonishment, and hissing, and a curse, as it is this day.
Cause see, the Lord got to make a point with His people first, man.
Yeah.
I got to make a
Yeah.
point with my people first, man.
Yeah.
Hey, cause if you don't, they ain't gonna take you serious, man.
It started at the house.
It started the house, man.
The Lord, because we having a private meeting in public, right? This is a family meeting. Whenever we go off, the Lord flip the table over, kick us out the crib. But then the Lord say, look, I'm gonna have a meeting with y'all again. Y'all know what y'all supposed to be doing. Fuck the other nations. What y'all supposed to be doing. And we all use that analogy. If you tell your son, don't step in the mud and get them new shoes dirty, and you see all the kids in the neighborhood getting their shoes dirty, you ain't beating all the kids in the neighborhood. You beating your child because you told him. That's Deuteronomy 4. The Lord gave us the laws. So we have a responsibility. And when we don't uphold to it, the Lord jack us up, man.
Hey, Asaph said in Psalm 73:22, I was foolish and ignorant. I was as a beast before thee. We read the next 2 verses. He said, then thou took me by the right hand and gave me thy counsel. We ain't beasts, man. The Lord gave us a spirit. Hey, we ain't beasts, man. You got it.
Verse 19, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people.
Esau, Edom, man. Hey, after the Lord jack up Jake, I'm at Esau's head, man.
Right.
ASAP, man. But he got to start at his people first, man. The Lord is making a point, man.
Yep.
You got it.
And that reputation is about to be reintroduced.
Right.
But it had
Isaiah
to start with
43,
us.
verse 13 and
what's
14.
That, Ecclesiastes 36, send not fear upon the nation.
Right. Right.
Let them know you as we have known you.
Right.
Since we left Egypt.
Right.
The Lord been on our head, Raiders. That's a big term, that's spiritual.
Yeah, we gonna see. We gonna see. You got it.
And all the mingled people, and all the kings of the land of Uz, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines,
Yep.
and Ashkelon, and Azar, and Ekron,
All you Hamites, man. The Lord coming, man. You got it.
and the remnant of Ashdod,
Right?
Edom, and Moab,
Yep.
and the children of Ammon.
Yep. Edom, Moab, and Ammon. Ham, man. Go ahead.
And all the kings of Tyrus,
Yep.
and all the kings of Zidon,
Ham. Ham. Yeah. Yeah. The Lord has your throat too like a bow tie. Don't worry. We wait. You got it.
and the kings of the isles which are beyond the sea,
Yep.
Dedan and Tema, and Buz, and all that are in the utmost corners, and all the kings of Arabia,
Yep.
and all the kings of the mingled people,
Hey, Ishmael. Well, our great uncle. Yeah. Esau. Yeah, Ishmael, our great uncle. He was first. Esau is our uncle. Yeah, man. Yeah. We at you. Yeah, the Lord wants you too. You got it.
and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Elam,
Yep.
and all the kings of the Medes,
Yep.
and all the kings of the north, far and near,
All right, Neil. Go ahead.
one with another,
Yep.
and all the kingdoms of the world,
And hold on. The Lord said what?
and all the kingdoms of the world,
All the kingdoms, man. Go ahead.
which are upon the face of the earth,
Right?
and the king of Shishak
Yep. That's Babylon the Great. Right here. Go ahead. North America.
shall drink after them.
Shall drink after them. That's talking about who? The elites. Because it started off mentioning Edom. It said Edom right after Jake, right? This talking about the elites. Cause where they gonna be at? In them bunkers. Right there. Hiding. We got you. Your days is numbered. Devil, you got it.
Isaiah 24 and 21. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth.
Right.
And they shall be gathered together as prisoners are gathered in the pit,
Right.
and shall be shut up in the prison. And after many days shall they be visited.
There it is. So read that line again.
Back in
You get
Jeremiah.
it on Psalm 149.
Back in Jeremiah 25, 26.
Yup.
And all the kings of the north, far and near,
Yup.
one with another,
Yup.
and all the kingdoms of the world, which are upon the face of the earth, and the king of Shishak shall drink out of them.
Yup.
Therefore thou shalt say unto them, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the power of Israel,
Thus saith the Lord, man. You got it.
drink ye,
Drink.
and be drunken,
Right.
and spew, and fall, and rise no more.
And rise no more. That's gonna be the end, man. When we watching it play out, man. These bank crashing, man. The elite's doing that, man. They need you, hey, they need you to run to him, man. Cause they said what? You will own nothing. Klaus Schwab said you will own nothing and love it, man. And he ain't no elite. He speak, hey, the same way how we speaking for the king. Klaus Schwab speaking for his kings, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got it.
Haggai chapter 2, verse 22.
Yup.
And I will overthrow the thrones of kingdoms
Let's go.
and will destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the heathens.
It said what? The strength. He's gonna destroy the strength, man. You got it.
And will overthrow the chariots and those that ride in them. And the horses and their riders shall come down.
Hey, in Ezekiel 28, the Lord said he gonna send the worst of the heathen. He gonna send the worst. You think this devil over here is bad? He gonna send the worst of the heathen. And he said, they shall draw out their sword against thy beauty. What? Somebody got a sword worse than the Babylonians? Go ahead.
Every one by the sword of his brother.
Ooh, you see? Hey, get that Ezekiel 28, verse 7. Read 7 through 10. Because you think these devils got the best sword over here. No, the Russians got it, man. They said that America spend the most money on their military, but Russia got the best missiles, man. And we seeing now, through this little skirmish in Ukraine, Russia ain't playing no games, man. They stepping over stink dead bodies, and they ain't even throwing up, man. They hitting vodka and they keeping it moving, man.
Because the best thing you can do for a military is give them experience.
Right.
And what Russia is
Right.
gaining right now, they're gaining experience to come against you Americans. You got it.
Ezekiel 28 and 7. Behold, therefore, I will bring strangers upon thee,
Right?
the terrible of the nations,
The terrible of the nations, man. You got it.
and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom.
You see? That's what, Revelation 13, right? It said the head was like a leopard, the feet was the feet of a bear. So this bear finna draw out what kind of sword? Read it again.
Hey, because right now, what's going on in Ukraine is only going on because the Americans are supplying weapons and the NATO allies. Eventually, Russia's gonna look at you like an enemy.
Right.
Because if you giving them the guns to shoot at us, by default, you're our enemy too.
You shooting at us.
Why you
Right.
think Xi Jinping went over there? Xi
Yes,
Jinping
sir.
said something to Putin. You know what he said? We're doing something right now that hasn't been done in the last 100 years.
Right.
War's
You put it in
coming,
the chat. You
man.
put it in the chat, didn't it?
War's coming. I put it in there.
That was you. Okay.
War's
okay,
coming,
good.
man. Everybody see it.
Yeah, man.
Everybody just positioning themselves a little bit closer to one side or the other. But war is coming, man, because the so-called white man in America, they're not going to lay down. They're going to give it everything they got, man.
They can't lay down. Hey, the same way Jake, when they give Jake the bag, when they gave all these Michael Jordans and LeBron James, they have to maintain the bag, man.
Got you.
Esau got to maintain what he stole. He got to. That's why they fight tooth and nail. That's why it said Michael 2-1, right? They sit upon the beds, man. Proverbs 4:16, they sleep not as they call sun to fall. They gotta maintain what they stole, man. Cause they go to sleep, they're gonna wake up and they're gonna have AI in their head, man. Let me get that. Cause hey, when you steal something, somebody gonna steal it from you, man. It's designed that way, man. If you take something from somebody somebody gonna take something from you, man.
I got one for you.
The Lord set up a full circle, man.
That's why you should deal righteously.
Right.
Because eventually it's coming back.
If I'm gonna say, because it's almost like the way I think about it. Like if you steal a car, you know in the back of your mind, eventually someone's gonna come and get their shit back.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Hey, hey, you whoop somebody, you beat somebody up. I'm like little G baby, somebody gonna whoop your ass too, man. Just wait for it.
I got one.
There's always, I was told when I was little, there's always somebody that can whoop that ass, man. You ain't the baddest guy on the planet, man.
But Esau think like
Yeah.
that. And for that same purpose, the Lord raised him up.
Come, so let me read this
Think you're a
again.
monster.
Come, read that again for me.
Ezekiel 28:7.
Yeah.
Behold, therefore, I will bring strangers upon thee,
Terrible.
the terrible of the nations.
Terrible of the nations. Jeremiah 59. Assemble these nations, thus saith the Lord. Go ahead.
And they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom.
You see, Russia gonna draw his sword against the beauty of you Edomites here. Go ahead.
And they shall defile thy brightness.
They should defile thy brightness. Because they don't got no wisdom. You got it.
They shall bring thee down to the pit,
Yup.
and thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas.
You see? That's slain in the midst of the people. Yeah, man. Yeah. You got it out. That was it, bro.
I got one. It's Isaiah 33:1 in the NLT. What sorrow awaits you Assyrians, who have destroyed others, but have never been destroyed yourselves. You betray others, but you have never been betrayed. When you are done destroying, you will be destroyed. When you are done betraying, you will be betrayed.
Beautiful.
That's the point. You got it, right?
That was Isaiah 33.
Beautiful.
Second Ezra chapter 5 and verse 41. And I said, Behold, O Lord, yet art thou nigh unto them that be reserved till the end. And what shall they do that have been before me? Or what shall we do? Or what or we that be now? Or they that shall come after us? And he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring. Like as there is no slackness of the last, even so there is no swiftness of the first.
Right. What is that? Second Ezra? Yeah, man. Hey, get on Ecclesiastes 4 and 16 and read that, and then read that second Ezra again, because let's say like there's no swift for the last. Reincarnation, man.
I got it. Ecclesiastes 4 and 16. There is no end of all the people,
Right.
even of all that have been before them.
Here's the point.
They also that come after shall not rejoice in him.
They said they that come after shall not rejoice. Why? Because the swiftness of the last. Go ahead.
Surely this also is vanity and vexation of
So it
spirit.
say they shall not rejoice those that come after. Why? Isaiah 14 and 21. Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their father. So read that again.
Second Ezra chapter 5 and verse 42. And he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring, like as there is no slackness of the last,
Like there's no slackness of the last. Go ahead.
even so there is no swiftness of the first.
You see? Reincarnation. You coming back. And you know, Dave Rockefeller think it's over. Him and Evelyn Rothschild. No, y'all coming back, man. Y'all gotta work, man. Okay? These elites, they're gonna produce the best slaves, man. That's why they're gonna be left in the pit, man. That's why the Lord gonna let them escape, go into their bunkers, because these gonna be the best. Hey, what they say when a man get with a woman when she young, she had the best child come between 15 and 20, man. That's why these LeBron James is now, and these are Kevin Durant, right? These young babies, yeah, in their youth.
Well, the Lord made that comparison with the earth. Because the Lord
Right.
to say
Right.
we are smaller in stature.
Right.
And the earth basically replied in so many words that she had these in her youth. But these were in her age, in her old age.
Right.
Same thing goes with the womb of a woman.
So, hey, these elites, hey, y'all gonna produce some real, hey, we need some good bucks. Yeah. We're gonna need some good bucks.
Feel slave.
All his teeth. Yeah.
Damn, not the fuck out.
You got it all.
This is Galatians 6 and verse 7.
Yeah.
Be not deceived. The Heavenly Father is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption. But he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. And let us not be weary in well doing.
Hey, you know elites, right? What people don't understand is, they know about reincarnation, man. That's why they leave the wealth to the sons, because they know they come back and inherit the same wealth, man. Well, guess what? In the kingdom of heaven, you're gonna come right back, still in the pit. Dirt all through your fingers. Yeah. You go. Every time you come back, you're gonna have a chain on, bastard. Go ahead, huh? I can't wait to get you devils, man. You got it.
Galatians 6 and 7. Be not deceived, the heavenly Father is not mocked. But whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption. But he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life
So
everlasting.
Esau gonna say, Dad, it's cold tonight. Yeah, come up with that dirt, son. That's the best we gonna get. Yeah. Yeah.
And
You
let-
in the hole. Man in the hole.
Hey, what she said on life, what you think they should get? A knot in the hole?
Yeah. Yeah.
Esau gonna have lifetime.
What
He gonna pray for Esau. It's gonna get so bad that Esau gonna look forward to that.
That 1,000-year death.
Yeah, cause it's gonna
Yeah.
be a long road. That 1,000 years.
But can you imagine? Listen, how we sitting here now, and time is just, and we patiently, Esau gonna be worse in the kingdom, man.
Yeah.
Cause ain't gonna be no time.
Because the Lord said He gonna put His anger on us.
Right.
The scriptures talk about us meditating terror, but there's gonna come a point where the Lord, we're gonna do in Edom according to the Lord's anger.
Right. Right.
That, bruh,
Ezekiel 25.
this man got away with a lot, and we're not even talking about what we know.
Right.
The stuff we
That's
don't
another
know is
thing
probably
that-
even worse.
And how long it drug out? Hundreds and hundreds of years, man.
After that stack, he gonna be looking forward to that rest, that fire, because he gonna get it, bruh. And because the scriptures say, then they're gonna discern between those who serve the Lord and those who don't. Psalms 58 say, hey, if we get that, the last two verses, because we're gonna rejoice when we see the vengeance, and then the world is gonna look at it like, man, this ain't how you supposed to. Nah, when they see the punishment, right now we in the middle of Esau winning, so everybody like, man, this nigga, he did his shit. They don't see what's waiting for him at the end of this. You got it, dog.
Psalms 58 verse 10. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance.
Right.
He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, he is a God that judgeth in the earth.
Listen, man. Time has been dragging out for us, man. In these bodies, man. In this flesh, time has been dragging, over and over, man.
And it hasn't been that long.
Right.
We talk about this a lot. Creation is less than a month old in the Lord's time.
Right.
A lot of stuff doesn't happen real quick in the spirit world. It's just we got to play it out in the flesh.
Right.
And it's dragging, man. But just like it drug for us,
Imagine for
it's
Esau
gonna
in
drag
the
for
kingdom,
him.
man. It's gonna drag, man.
Because it ain't gonna be he ain't gonna have no hope after this. Once this fall, as the scriptures say, rejoice, for the cup will be passed unto you. And there ain't no hope of coming back out. Your only hope is that bonfire at the end.
Man, can you imagine watching these devils work till they old,
Knowing
and then you be like, refresh,
Young.
no wrinkles,
back at it again.
get back to work. You bitch, you.
This is Job chapter 18 and verse 20. They that come after him shall be astonished at his day, as they that went before were affrighted. So when all of this play out, the heathens are going to look, and they're going to actually witness Esau's punishment. And that's going to put a certain type of shock on them heathens, because they're going to know how far the Lord willing to go with the
Right. Master, my knees. Get back to work. You good now.
And it said they're gonna be astonished at his day, because nobody foresaw this coming. Nobody foresaw Esau Edom going into captivity. They thought that this was it. This was gonna be his last rulership, and he was gonna rule forever. But when they see him in chains, they're gonna be astonished at that. They're gonna be even more astonished at the day of his doom.
Right.
On the day of his destruction, when the Lord gather up all the Edomites and put them in that pit, everybody's gonna be astonished at that day.
That's gonna set the tone. That's gonna set the tone. A whole nation of people, like we were talking about, the Lord got a point to prove.
Right.
Esau, man, it's
And-
gonna get real.
And nothing like that has ever happened before. The Lord has never destroyed a whole nation of people like that. Put them all on fire, burn them all up. The Lord has never done that before, man. So that's gonna be a newfound judgment in the earth, man.
And it's gonna be a rejoicing.
Oh yeah. Because when wickedness is put out of the earth, everybody gonna be able to.
Right.
We're gonna have to be around these fucking devils.
Right,
no
it's
more.
cold because the scriptures talk about in Jeremiah 51, Revelation 11:18, all the nations is upset with the so-called white man. Even the so-called white man.
Right.
Upset with itself.
Hey, because
As the scripture said in Sirach 14, he ain't happy with his own self. Because what that is, that's that guilt, man.
That's a terrible lie. Hey, it's a good day to be an Israelite. And that's every day.
Every day. Every day.
For an Edomite, man.
You down in the
got
hole,
Jake.
you can't get no women,
Yeah.
you can't get no money.
You're Israelite.
You and Jake,
You win it.
happy as deep.
You win it. Cause hey, you wouldn't want if the average Jake knew what was gonna happen to them at the end of this movie, they wouldn't want to trade places with the richest of them. If they knew how this was all gonna play out. That's why we say it's a good day to be an Israelite, and that's every day. And we ain't got nothing to our name on this side.
Nothing.
And we don't need nothing on this side.
2 Corinthians 6 say we are poor and have none, but yet we possess all things, man.
Bro, this gonna play out, man. These Edomites are going in chains, bro. The same way we watch them ride on horses and sit at Starbucks and drink coffee and talk shit.
Yeah.
You gonna see them in a single file line.
Talking about I wish a nigga would.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
I wish a nigga would. Okay. Just wait, you bitch, you. You holding that something 149?
I got one for you after
Go
that.
ahead, you got it.
I got one after that. Y'all will go half. Oh, no, I have one on the common board.
Go ahead.
By,
Yeah, check the cover board, sweetie.
By Jan Yasharallah, Ezekiel 35 and 13, starting at 13.
Start at 10. Start at 10. Pull it up real quick, go to 10. Let's get to 10 and 13. Yeah, man. Because you've been boasting, man.
Yep.
Oh, and the Lord said in Revelation, I'm going to give you a mouth to boast against me. That's how cold the Lord is, man. He gave these devils a mouth to boast against the Lord. It said against the Lord and everything in the heavens, man. And the Israelites on earth. He gave you a mouth to do that, man. You got it. Go ahead.
Ezekiel 35, starting at 10. Because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine, and we will possess it, whereas the Lord was there.
That's what the chief of Esau say, right? Amalek, go ahead.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord power, I will do according to thine anger.
See, that's why I said in Ezekiel 25, I'm going to put my anger on my men. They're going to do to Edom according to the Lord's anger, man. And we don't know how the Lord thinks. We just watching these little small things play out on earth. Go ahead. Because he said, well, he mastered his power, man. In Wisdom of Solomon 12, man. Nobody can master anything. You got it.
And there's no, you can't put a number on the Lord's power. So how do you master unlimited power? That show you how, but Esau think he on the same level as the Lord.
Right,
the Lord made you, man. But the Lord about to make an example out of you too. Esau is necessary to set the tone for the kingdom. When you watch a nation get executed, all the other nations go con the shit out of Jake.
Yeah. I praise thee.
After they see what's about to happen to this man. That's why the scriptures say that the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be ensnared. Because the whole world is walking to the beat of his drum because they think that he got away. But when he get his reward, the world is gonna know that this is not how you act on the earth, man.
Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord power, I will do according to thine anger, and according to thine envy, which thou hast used out of thy hatred against them.
See, out of thy hatred. In Amos 1 and 11, man. You got it.
And I will make myself known among them when I have judged thee. And thou shalt know that I am the Lord, and that I have heard all thy blasphemies,
Yep.
which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying,
Because the Lord know the anger. What the Lord say, he knows your plans, he knows your thoughts and your intentions toward the children of Israel. You furthered the affliction, and then you got plans to further it even further. And the Lord know that, so he's gonna turn all of your anger and your frustration against you. All the hatred you had towards Jake, the Lord gonna put the spirit on Jake. Beginning with the elect to come at you, man.
Hold that. Revelations 13 and verse 5. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemy. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemy, and power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against power to blaspheme his name. Who gave us Jehovah and Yahweh? Huh? Don't worry, we'll wait. Who gave it to us? The so-called white man. What it said in my book, my 1465 Bible, it say the Jew Masoretes created the vowels, call them dots and dashes. Again, he opened his mouth in blasphemy, Revelation 13 and 6. Hold on, verse 5, and there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months, which is in Revelation 11, which is in Luke 21, when it said they shall tread the city until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints. See, you couldn't do nothing without the Lord doing this first, man.
Right.
It was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. 70 AD. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. So the Lord gave him a mouth to blaspheme against him. The Lord cold, man. We talk about the master chess player. The master chess player, man. Omnipotent, omnipotent, everywhere, at all times, in all things, man. Read one more time.
That's what a man of war is, man. He's a master strategist.
Right.
Back in Ezekiel 35 and 12, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord, and that I have heard all thy blasphemies, which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel.
You see, the Lord gave him a mouth to speak blasphemies. Lord cold, man. And Jake out here playing games, man. You got it.
Saying they are laid desolate, they are given us to consume.
The southern and northern kingdom.
Right.
Right? Israel, Samaria, they took it, man. They said a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, man. Who over there right now? You got it.
Thus with your mouth ye have boasted against me,
You see? But the Lord gave him the mouth to do it.
That's
Go ahead.
and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus said the Lord power,
Man.
when the whole earth rejoiceth, I will make thee desolate.
See? All the nations is going to rejoice when the so-called white man is gone, man. Even the trees. The trees, man.
that's how fucked up. Damn, man.
What Lord?
The trees gonna cry out, man, about this devil. Gonna rejoice, man. Everything, man. You got it.
As thou didst rejoice at the inheritance of the house of Israel,
Right? Obadiah 1 and 10. Right? You was there when the Babylonians took us down. When you read first Ezra 4 and 45, it say the Edomites burnt the temple, man. You got it.
If I may say this, they rejoiced over our inheritance. The world is our inheritance, man.
Right.
And they rejoiced over this,
Beautiful,
man, as they took it over.
What these devils doing? Deforestation, man. The animals.
Hey, you know it's funny? When you say devil, they always turn around.
Yeah,
They know.
cause they guilty.
No,
That's that
amen.
guilt bringing, man. It's guilt. It's in their bloodline, man. It's in their DNA. They know they the devil, man. You got it, huh?
because it was desolate, so will I do unto thee.
Right.
Yeah.
Thou shalt be desolate on Mount Seir, and all Idumea,
And all Idumea,
even all of it. And they shall know that I am the Lord.
hey, the Lord gave you devils. The Lord gave you devils a mouth to speak blasphemy, man. And they doing a perfect job at it, man. Cause they covered up the name of the, what Malachi was that? Malachi 1:16.
What's that?
When it say verse 14, I think it is, when it say the Lord's name is dreadful among the heathen. So now you created dots and dashes called vowel points to change the name to Jehovah and Yahweh. And you ask Jake today, what's the name of the Lord? Jehovah. No, Yahweh. Yahshua, Yeshua. And Jake go through all these different names. And still be like, so what is it?
And then when you say Yahweh, they be like, well, the name don't matter. Well, it don't matter what you call it.
Where you get them names from? So-called white man. Why? Because the name of the Lord is dreadful, man.
Yeah, I got that.
You got it.
It's Malachi 1 and 14. It says, "But cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male, and voweth and sacrificeth unto the Lord a corrupt thing."
And this talking about Jake right here, man. This applies to Jake, man. Before Esau was on the scene with any type of power, this was wicked ass Jake doing this, man. Read it one more time.
But cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male, and voweth and sacrificeth unto the Lord a corrupt thing.
That's what Jake was doing when they were committing wickedness, man, in the ancient time. That's why we over here right now. Jake told me, I got 2 goats, 2 turtle doves. I'm finna go out here and worship this God or commit adultery. Have them ready when I get back. One more time.
But cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male, and voweth and sacrificeth unto the Lord a corrupt thing.
Right?
For I am a great king, saith the Lord of hosts, and my name is dreadful among the heathen.
Hey, when Jake was doing wickedness in the ancient time, we had the chariots hovering around us, man. The Lord was there, man. And Jake was committing wickedness, and the Lord was there. How worse we are now, man. The Lord was in the presence of us, man. And Jake was still doing it. And the Lord let him did it. As I say, there's a case being built on us, man. We ain't done yet, man. But we still in the trenches, man. You got it all.
That's why the Lord said this in Hosea 4 and 1. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
That applied to us first, man. Before the so-called white man was even in rulership, man, in the Greek Empire. That was talking about us, man. You got it.
Because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of the Heavenly Father in the land. And when you look up that word controversy on Google, it says a disagreement.
Right.
It says a public dispute.
Public dispute.
Yeah, that's heavy.
And because the Lord basically made us naked before all the nations.
Yeah.
So all the nations can look at our nakedness. Now the Lord's about to flip the coin and do it to Esau.
Ooh, get Habakkuk
But
too.
that's what the Lord did to us. He showed the whole world our nakedness. He threw out our shame.
Start at like
You got
verse 10.
Habakkuk 2 and 10.
Yep.
Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people.
Oh, what was that you read earlier? Proverbs 10 and 19?
10 or 11.
10 and 18? Read it one more time. Hold that. Man. Woo. That heat, man. Jake talking about they bored, man. I don't even want to go home. I want to stay out here all night, man. You got it. I know. Hey, man, the Lord, man. Man.
And it's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
It ain't going to be us talking about it very soon. It's going to be the Lord performing the words.
You got it.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 29.
Okay.
He that troubleth his own house
See, he that troubleth his own house. You see how that man is spirit, man. You got it.
shall inherit the wind.
Right. Now go back to that.
Back in Habakkuk 2 and 10.
Yep.
Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people.
You see? That's why I say again, his own counsel going to cast him down. Right? It said every hand of labor shall be upon him, man. Every hand of the wicked, which is the labors, man. Go ahead.
And has sinned against thy soul.
And have sinned against thy soul. Why? Because he's a nigga at his table. He's envious of his own self, of his portion. Go ahead.
For the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it.
Go ahead.
Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and established a city by iniquity.
Hey, because it say, what's that? It say, the upper little verse, it say that, shall not these, the taunting proverb against thee. Everything is crying out. Hey, that's him. Get him out the earth, man. Go ahead.
Behold, it is not of the Lord of hosts that the people shall labor in the very fire, and the people shall weary themselves for very vanity.
Right, Esau, man. And 2/3 of Jake. Follow behind this devil, man. Go ahead.
There's Job 18 and 17. His remembrance shall perish from the earth, and he shall have no name in the street. He shall be driven from light into darkness and chased out of the world.
Right.
The whole world, the creation itself is groaning.
Groaning, man. Yep.
That's why when you moved out of the way, the trees are going to rejoice.
Right.
Because everything is crying out against them.
The earth is a witness against this devil.
Right.
Man.
Oh,
Witness against us.
get Wisdom of Solomon 5. I think it's verse 20. It said the earth, it said the world shall fight back with the Lord against this devil, man. Go ahead,
Habakkuk chapter 2. Back in Habakkuk 2.
Yeah, she read it. She read it.
In verse 13. Behold, it is not of the Lord of hosts that the people shall labor in the very fire.
Right. Obadiah 1:18. You got it.
And the people shall weary themselves for very vanity. For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge. For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea.
Right. Go ahead.
Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink,
See? Go ahead.
that putteth thy bottle to him,
Right.
and maketh him drunken also.
You see? That's what the so-called white man did to all other nations through his policies, right? The petrodollar, his philosophies, his democracy, his draconian measures, right? That petrodollar mainly, right?
Yep.
You got it.
Hey, fractional reserve banking.
Right.
That's
Right.
deception. Fractional reserve banking. That's deception. You taking people money and telling them the money there, but you keeping you saying that you got 10, but really you only keeping 1.
Right.
You're only required to keep a fraction of what they give you, and then you get to spend their money how you want to spend it. That's deceitful, man. That's wicked.
And the Lord said you don't supposed to do usual on your brother. Are this devil not our brother? Is you not my brother?
Well, other than that, I said, I'm not your brother.
Right.
nigga.
Go ahead.
Woe unto him that giveth his neighbor drink, that putteth thy bottle to him,
Right.
and maketh him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness.
You see? Did not Babylon the Great, North America, make all the other nations naked, man? Right? Now everybody exposed. Now we see all the nations, everybody playing around wearing thongs, man. Cause who? Cause the so-called white man. They all got suits on, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese don't even wear they ancient garbage anymore. They wearing suits and ties. The triads, they got on suits. You go back 30 years ago, they ain't have on no damn suits. Right.
I think that's Ammon. Yakuza is Japanese. Japanese.
Yeah, Yakuza is Japanese.
Yeah, they wearing suits.
Yeah, man.
Clean shave.
Yeah, they ain't wearing Ishmael garments.
Yeah.
They would
Kimono.
for the ones who say Esau's the Arabs.
Right.
Ain't nobody walking around with them garments on.
Right, cuz.
They wearing Esau suit and tie. When people say you getting fresh out like a man in uniform, what they talking about? Esau uniform.
Right.
Suits and ties.
Right. With a bald face, man.
Yep.
Phallic symbol. Yes.
You got it.
Woe unto Salaki, verse 16. Thou art filled with shameful glory.
Thou art filled with shameful glory. But the Lord said what in Jeremiah 4:9-10, I'm gonna make Esau barren. You made everybody else naked.
Your turn.
Your turn. Go ahead.
Drink thou also,
Right?
and let thy foreskin be uncovered.
You see? Let thy foreskin be uncovered. Oh, now we see you got a turtleneck on. You ain't even circumcised. You got a turtleneck. One more time. One more
Thou
time.
art filled with the shameful glory. Drink thou also, and let thy foreskin be uncovered.
Right.
The cup of the Lord's right hand shall be turned unto thee,
Yeah.
and shameful spewing shall be unto thy glory.
Dude. Now we see you got a turtleneck.
Dude.
Hey, shameful spewing.
And here he is. He's been parading himself around the earth as the hero. And now it's being revealed that he's been the villain the whole time.
Right.
Not part-time. This nigga's on his job every day. Scriptures talk about him rising up on his bed, devising evil plans.
Hey, didn't it say what this verse say? The hands of the uncircumcised shall come upon thee. I don't know where it said right off. Shalom. Check. You see that?
Thank you.
Hey, Ezekiel 33, man. They shall come unto thee like my people. Listen, he talking about what he said, Kwam Yasharala.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, how dare you say
Lord
that
gonna
sitting
kill
down,
that nigga,
man?
man.
That shit crazy. A lot of Jakes say that shit, but they ain't standing up for a goddamn
Cause, hey,
thing, man.
the word that they hear our words, but they will not do them. They will not do them, man. Ain't no excuses, man. If he don't come back in the next 5 minutes, the Lord gonna kill that nigga.
Yeah, that's gonna fire
He
me
should be
up.
trying to find a park right now and come out here, man.
That's gonna fire me up, bro.
Let's go.
I hate cowardice amongst
I
our
do
people.
too.
That shit fucking, I hate that shit, man.
Proverbs 12, verse 14. A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth, and the recompense of a man's hand shall be rent.
Start over again.
Proverbs chapter 12, verse 14.
Yep.
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth.
Right, right. That goes into your, it says, Sirach 38:24, your leisure time, man. Your leisure, because when you read Proverbs 15 and 23, it talks about a man and his wisdom. You got it.
And the recompense of a man's hand shall be rendered unto him.
Right. Hey, it goes, Ecclesiastes 20 and 29, it talks about, like, there are two kinds of recompenses.
I got it.
One
right
for
here.
good works and one for evil works. You got it.
Verse 15. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes,
Right.
but he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise.
Right.
A fool's wrath is presently known, but a prudent man covereth shame.
Right. Because that's what the truth do, man. You judge righteously, man. You speak righteously. You got that on in the Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. Yup.
20 and 29.
Hey, man, the more and more we grow every day, man, this truth. Hey, the Lord, that spirit that the Lord have on us, man, to be diligent. This is for you, man. This is for each and every one of us. Philippians 2 and 12. Looking at our own salvation with fear and trembling, man. What is that? 2 Peter 1 and 10. Be diligent, right? 2 Timothy 2 and 15, man. Study to show thyself approved. Because in 1 Peter 3 and 15, it say you're supposed to be ready to answer. When a person asks you the reason of the hope that's in you, man, you got it.
Sirach, or Ecclesiastes 20 and verse 28. 27, a wise man shall promote himself to honor with his words.
Right.
And he that hath understanding will please great men.
Beautiful, you see? And the Lord said in Jeremiah 50, we supposed to be as he goes before the flock, man. The Lord is looking for soldiers, man. Men that's gonna stand in boldness, man. And put off everything else, man. Because nothing else matters. It don't matter, man. You got it.
He that tilleth his land shall increase his heat, and he that pleaseth great men shall get a pardon for iniquity.
Right, man. You say, it said a pardon from iniquity, man. Isaiah 55 and 6.
Hey, and this is our pardon from iniquity, Lord willing.
Lord willing,
By standing
man.
up for the Lord in great boldness, man. If you're not doing this, then what the hell are you doing?
Ain't
As a
nothing
man of the
else to
nation
do,
of
man.
Israel. Once you find
Go ahead. No,
Once
go
you
ahead.
find your purpose, man, you're supposed to stand on it. Your whole life you've been walking with a void in your spirit, and now that the Lord has filled it, what are you gonna do with it, man? The whole of our nation is walking around right now as we speak, looking for something, but they can't find it. They trying to look in Christianity, they're trying to look into drugs, they're trying to look into all other manners of BS, and they can't find it. But the Lord gave it to you, and you ain't doing shit with it, man.
Ain't doing nothing, man. Hey, before the spirit changed, you got that wisdom 75. I want to read that real quick because the spirit about to change. I already see what's going on. 2 and 4.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5 and verse 20.
Dealing with how the earth is crying out about these devils, man. Everything is crying out about these devils, man. You got it.
His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword,
You see?
and the world shall fight with him against the unwise.
You see? One more time.
Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 20. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword,
The Lord's severe wrath is he sharpening for a sword. Go ahead.
and the world shall fight with him against the unwise.
And the world shall fight with the Lord against the unwise. And that's Esau, Edom, and 2/3 of Jake, man. When you see animals mowing Jake, that's the world fighting back. I remember Elder Yashwam brought that out. Remember that rock that fell on that boat that was called Jesus?
Right.
That's when he probably, it stuck with me, man. I never forget it. Yeah, the tail over there. And where was it, in Brazil somewhere?
Yeah.
And
Brazil,
the rock
yeah.
fell on the boat. The boat name was Jesus, man. Jesus Christo. Thus saith the Lord, man.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So when you see these slow bellies are going, let's go on a hiking trail, and a mountain lion get their ass. That's the world fighting back for the Lord, man. You wicked niggas. Go ahead, you guys.
This Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 20 in the Good News translation.
Let's go.
Good news. Hold on. Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 20. He will sharpen his stern anger into a sword, and the forces of nature will join him in battle against those who are foolish enough to oppose him.
Let's go.
The Lord wrong, man.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, the LDS Mama made a video recently about the forces of nature coming against Esau.
Yeah.
How the animals get more cruel against him.
Yeah, he brought that scripture out again too. Yeah, man. Hey, listen, the world is tired of the so-called white man. All he brings to the table is death, rape, robbery, murder, and fiat currency, man, which keeps everybody in debt, man.
Yes, man.
Now everybody doing bank runs because of who? Because of the so-called white man.
It's coming back on.
You got it.
The lies don't work.
Hope y'all got it.
Hold on,
Oh yeah, read that. Let's read that.
In Revelation 2 and 4, nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
This is what it's about, man. This ain't about no crown, man. This ain't about no women. This ain't about having kids in the kingdom. This is about judging righteousness in the earth, man. That's what this is about, man. All that's gonna come with it, man. One more time.
And if I may say, because if you leave this truth, if you leave wisdom, man, something wrong with you, because unlike the women in the world, yeah, you can get dull, you can get stale or boring, but wisdom is never a dull moment with wisdom.
Never, man.
Never.
It's go ahead, hold on.
Because if you leave wisdom, you're a fucking coward, man. Why would you leave wisdom? This is what the Lord gave us to lead to the kingdom. You leave this off, you're a coward, man.
And that's what it said when the brother read it. When the Messiah said they leave off from wisdom and nurture, right? They what? Vanity. You got it up.
Hey, this is what the Lord gave us to fight once again for the promises that were made to our forefathers, man. Understand what we fighting for, man. We've been fighting for this for generations in and generations out, and the Lord finally gave it back to us, and you gonna leave it off?
Something wrong with you, bro.
Get away from us with that spirit, man. We don't want you around us, man.
You got Jake
You
talking
a
about this shit is like,
You good, you
you
got it,
got
bro.
Jake talking about this is boring. Like, what? Man, go kill yourself.
Man, it's boring because you don't understand what you're fighting for. You don't understand what you're a part of. How could this possibly be boring when you understand that you fight not only for your power, but for your whole nation? For those of your nation who tired, man. Jake out here fucking tired, man. Our nation is tired, man. Oh, you hear from our people, I'm tired. Because they tired, man. Ain't you tired? So you stand up for something, man. I'm trying not to use profanity for the weak ears out there. Ain't you tired, man? Profanity should be the last thing in your words, because screams, terrors, and death is coming to this place. You worried about cussing? Get your weak ass out of here, man. But anyways, man, you should be standing for this, man. You a man, ain't you? Ain't that what the Lord raised you up to be? Stand for something, man. Right. Nobody, man, you look at all these people, man. I pan the camera around here. Ain't nobody standing for a damn thing out here, man. Nothing.
It's all vanity, man.
It's all vanity.
King David said it, man. All is vanity, man. Man, hey, what you holding? Read that real quick and get that Sons of Solomon, chapter 2. Let's read that.
So back in Revelation 2 and 4, nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love.
Go ahead, read verse 5.
Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen.
It said, remember therefore from whence thou art fallen. Right. Genesis 6, the sons of God that fell, man. 2 Peter 2 and 4, man. We in these bodies. Remember when we fell, man. We still on the ground, man. One more time.
Remember therefore from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first works.
And do the first works. You got it.
Or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of his place, except thou repent.
And that was the point. In Proverbs 20:27, it say, the candlestick of the Lord, the candlestick of man is the Lord's, man. If you can get that real quick. Proverbs 20:27. Because say he will remove our candlestick, man.
You said Wisdom Solomon 2?
No, Sons of Solomon 2.
Song of Solomon 2.
Read that.
Proverbs 20:27.
Yep.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord.
You see, the spirit of man is the candle of the Lord. Go ahead.
Searching all the inward parts of the belly.
Now it say searching all the inward parts of the belly. Came last week. So in Philippians, in Zephaniah 1 and 12, it said what? The Lord say he are searching Jerusalem with candles. Right? So the spirit of man is the candle of the Lord, man. So in Revelation 2 and 5, it said what? This is your first works. Repent. Let the Lord remove your candlestick, man. You got it. Go ahead.
Song of Solomon, chapter 2. I am of the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valleys.
Verse 3, chapter 3.
Chapter 3. By night on my bed I sought him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not. I will rise now and go about the city and the streets, and in the broad ways I will seek him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, but I found him not.
Right.
The watchmen that go about the city found me.
The watchmen are the men that stand in great boldness, telling you to repent, because the kingdom of heaven is at hand. North America going to be destroyed, man. Go ahead.
To whom I said, saw ye whom my soul loveth? It was but a little that I passed from them, but I found him whom my soul loveth. I held him and would not let him go, until I had brought him into my mother's house, and into the chamber of her that conceived me.
So that scripture linked with Isaiah 30. I want to read chapter 2. That scripture linked with Isaiah 30 and 20. Right? It says you're going to pass by these men on the right hand and on the left. So you're going to pass by one way, you're going to hear them, and you're going to come back through, and you're going to hear them. But Solomon said, I went about the city. He said, not on my bed. He was thinking about the Lord, but he didn't know where he was at. So he said, I'm going to go about the city and see if he out there. He said he went about the city, but he found him not. Then he said, walk past the watchman. And then he said, after I left from them, I found the Lord and I took him back home. So we out here, man. The Lord, Jeremiah 3 and 15, man. Read that. But this was Jake at. While we out here in the midst of this, Jake's mind is on this. You got it.
It's Song of Solomon, chapter 2. And start at verse 1.
Yeah.
I am the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valleys. As the lily among thorns, so is my love among the daughters. As the apple tree among the trees of the wood.
I'm sorry. Ecclesiastes 2. Lucky. Ecclesiastes 2.
This is Ecclesiastes chapter 2. It says, I said in mine heart, go now, I will prove thee with mirth. Therefore enjoy pleasure, and behold, this also is vanity.
See? He said what? He will go in mirth. Read it one more time.
I said in mine heart, go now, I will prove thee with mirth. Therefore enjoy pleasure, and behold, this also is vanity.
So this is where our people's at, man. They in pleasure. What the Lord say, Solomon says it's all vanity, man. Go ahead.
I said of laughter, it is mad, and of mirth, what doeth it? I sought in mine heart to give myself unto wine, yet acquainting mine heart with wisdom, and to lay hold on folly, till I might see what was that good for the sons of men, which they should do under the heaven all the days of their life.
On earth, man. Go ahead.
I made me great works. I builded me houses, I planted me vineyards. I made me gardens and orchards, and I planted trees in them of all kind of fruits. I made me pools of water, to water therewith the wood that bringeth forth trees. I got me servants and maidens, and had servants born in my house. Also I had a great possession of great and small cattle, above all that were in Jerusalem before me. I gathered me also silver and gold, and a peculiar treasure of kings and of the provinces. I got me men singers and women singers,
right,
and the delights of the sons of men, as musical instruments, and that of all sorts.
Here's King Solomon telling you everything that it is to do on earth with riches. He did it, man. Go ahead.
So I was great, and increased more than all that were before me in Jerusalem. Also my wisdom remained with me. And whatsoever mine eyes desired, I kept not from them. I withheld not my heart from any joy, for my heart rejoiced in all my labor. And this was my portion of all my labor. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had wrought, and on the labor that I had labored to do. And behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit.
Everything. He said he got him men servants and maid servants. He had men singers, women singers, right? He said he had wisdom. Go ahead.
It says, then I looked upon all the works that my hand had wrought, and on the labor I had labored to do, and behold, all was vanity and vexation of spirit. And there was no profit under the sun.
And there was no profit under the sun when you in the world, man. Go ahead.
And I turned myself to behold wisdom and madness and folly. For what can the man do that cometh after the king? Even that which have been already done.
Hold on. He said, what can man do that cometh after the king? Because the king done it all, man. He had gold and silver. He had wives, children, lands. What else can you possibly want? Go ahead.
And he had wisdom
Wisdom.
far beyond what we have now.
And he said all is what?
Vexation and vanity.
Why? Why is that he had all that? Why? Because it wasn't the kingdom of heaven, man. Go ahead.
Then I saw that wisdom excelleth folly, as far as light excelleth darkness. The wise man's eyes are in his head, but the fool walketh in darkness.
Right.
And I myself perceived also that one event happeneth to them all. Then said I in mine heart, as it happeneth to the fool, so it happeneth unto me.
See, as it happened to a fool, this is Solomon speaking right here. The wisest man ever lived, man. Okay? One more time.
Then said I in mine heart, as it happeneth to the fool, so it happeneth even to me.
Go ahead.
And why was I then more wise? Then I said in mine heart, that this also is vanity. For there is no remembrance of the wise more than of the fool forever. Seeing that which now is in the days to come shall all be forgotten. And how dieth the wise man as the fool?
Why is it all forgotten? Because it wasn't the kingdom of heaven, man. Go ahead.
Therefore I hated life, because the work that is wrought under the sun is grievous unto me.
It's grievous, man. I don't care how much money you can get here, man. It's grievous, man. Because it's not the kingdom of heaven, man. Go ahead.
For all is vanity and vexation of spirit. I hated all my labor which I had taken under the sun, because I should leave it unto the man that shall be after me.
See? You work and bust your ass to pay off a house, and you leave it to your son and your daughter, and they wind up selling your house that you worked 40, 50 years for. Or you don't work to pay off this car, whatever, and you leave it to your kids, and you wind up dying, and they get rid of it because they need the money. And your house that you bought, you can never pay for the land. You can never own the land, even if it's grandfather land. My family, we got family land in Mississippi right now that was grandfather, and we still gotta pay taxes on it. It'll never be your land, man. Go ahead.
And who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool?
Right.
Yet shall he have rule over all my labor, wherein I have labored.
He tell my his sons. And the scripture tell you in Sirach 16, it's better to not have children than to have them grow up and be wicked, man. Go ahead.
And wherein I have shewed myself wise under the sun,
Right.
this also is vanity. Therefore I went about to cause mine heart to despair of all the labor which I took under the sun. For there is a man whose labor is in wisdom, and in knowledge, and in equity. Yet to man that have not labored therein shall he leave it for his portion. This also is vanity and great evil, and a great evil.
Right.
For what hath man of all his labor, and of all the vexation of his heart, wherein he hath labored under the sun? For all his days are sorrows, and his travail grief.
All his days, man. Whatever you done accumulated, man. You think you got millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, man. This is not the kingdom of heaven, man. This is Solomon speaking. Everything, he had everything, man. Men servants, maid servants, children, lands, gold and silver, wisdom. It wasn't the kingdom, man. Go ahead.
For all his days are sorrows, and his travail grief. Yet his heart taketh not rest in the night. This also is vanity.
See? Go ahead.
There is nothing better for a man than that he should eat and drink, and that he should make his soul enjoy good in his labor. This also I saw, that it was from the hand of the Heavenly Father.
You see? Hey, that's why, hey, the Lord gave us the spirit to stand here in great boldness. Hey, call all y'all about Shem shot, because you could still be smoking weed, man. You could be still trying to pop another man's woman, man. You could still be bugged out trying to win that bag, man. By all means, go what the devil say, obey your thirst. That's Sprite, right? And I can say what? Just do it. Right? Obey your thirst. Just do it. You only live once. So, hey, get that bag, man. Go ahead.
It says, for who can eat, or who else can hasten hereunto more than I? For the
See, it
heaven-
say more than me. Because this Solomon. Go ahead. I done it all, man. And it was all vanity because it wasn't the kingdom of heaven, man. Go ahead.
For the
Hey,
heaven-
because in the kingdom, when you pass down something, you ain't going nowhere. Because we ain't going to never get old and die. So it's going to always be there. Here, if you get rich and you die, you got to leave it to your family. That's going to blow it. They going to blow it. And if you come back in another generation, you going to come back broke. That's why the elites, they leave all their wealth to their sons and they come back and get the same bag again. That's why I'm going to leave it to the women. They get their daughters a portion of the bag, but they don't leave them to companies because they want to come back and still get it, man. Every 34th generation. But this is the last one. This is the last generation. Ain't no coming back. So these babies that's being born right now, they coming back from 3-4 generations ago. This is it, man. So whatever you got now, you wind up leaving, that's it. It's all a waste of time because it's not the kingdom. Go ahead.
For the Heavenly Father giveth to a man that is good in his sight, wisdom, and knowledge and joy. But to the sinner he giveth travail, to gather and to heap up.
See? To gather to heap up what? Riches, women, cars, clothes, money. Go ahead.
To gather and to heap up,
Right.
that he may give to him that is good before the Heavenly Father. This also is vanity and vexation of spirit.
It's also a vanity and vexation of spirit. And what it says in Proverbs 26 and 10, read it again. I want you to read that. It's all a waste of, at the end of the day, it's all a waste of time, man. If the Lord gave you all that without the spirit, you do out here, man. Because this is what you want to do. Party and bullshit, man. Go ahead.
Proverbs 26 and verse 10. The great power that formed all things both rewardeth the fool
Both rewarded the fool
and rewardeth
and
transgressor.
rewarded transgression. So when Jake said, oh, Jesus blessed me with a house. He blessed me with a car. The Lord what? Rewarded the fool and transgressors, man. But in verse 11 it said what? A dog returned to his vomit, man. So a fool returned to their folly. So what you had before you got the money, you're going right back to that, man. You got it.
I got a quick one back
Go
there.
ahead.
So our second Esdras 9 and 9. Then shall they be in a pitiful case,
Right.
which now have abused my ways, and they that have cast him away despitefully shall dwell in torments.
Go ahead.
For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
What it said out in Jeremiah 2 and 14, why is Israel a servant? Why is Israel spoiled? Has he become a homeborn slave? Why is Israel spoiled? Read it again, 2 Ezra 9 and 10.
This is our second Esdras chapter 9 and verse 10. It reads, for such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
Now, it said in Proverbs 26 and 10, the Lord rewarded the fool and transgressors, right? What it says in Psalms 8 and 19? The Lord daily loaded us with benefits. So what they getting it from? Where the heathens getting it from? They getting it from the Lord. And guess what's going to happen? It said verse 11, Proverbs 26 and 11, they're going to return back to their folly, man. As a dog returns to his vomit, so a fool to his folly. You got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 11. It says, as a dog returneth to his vomit, so a fool returneth to his folly.
So Solomon just told you everything that he had, all the riches, all the women, all the servants, all the gold and silver, it was all vanity because it wasn't the kingdom of heaven, man. You got that? Read that. Now here is Elisha talking to Gehazi because Gehazi wanted what Naaman was going to give Elisha for healing him of leprosy. Because Elisha told him, no, I didn't heal you, it was the Lord. So here is Gehazi, Elisha's understudy, his servant, ran behind Naaman to get what Elisha told him I don't want. Go ahead.
2 Kings 5 and 26. And he said unto him, went not mine heart with thee, when the man turned again from his chariot to meet thee?
Right.
Is it a time to receive money
Is it a time to receive money? Here right now, on this side, go ahead.
and to receive garments?
And to receive garments, you want these different, whatever they got out here for you. Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever it is. That's what you want? Money and garments, go ahead.
And olive yards?
Is it time to receive olive yards? Which is what? When you got an olive yard, that means you got the bag, right? That means you're producing your own wine, right? That means you got your own grapes and fruits or whatever. Is it time for that? Go ahead.
And vineyards?
And vineyards, go ahead.
And sheep?
And sheep.
And oxen?
Is it time for you to get cattle? You want to be a herdsman? Is it time for that? This is what he listed, asking Gehazi. Go ahead.
And men servants?
And men servants?
And maid servants?
Did not Solomon say he had all these things? Right? Go ahead.
The leprosy, therefore, of Naaman shall cleave unto thee, and unto thy seed forever.
So Elisha asking Gehazi, is it time to receive money and garments and olive yards and vineyards, men servants and women servants? It's not time for that, man. What it's time for is for you to stand up in the paint for the Lord, man. The Lord has given us our daily benefits that we may be able to be what? Sustained, man, to do this work, man. If you're looking for anything else more than your daily benefits, you are greedy and you're gonna die a grievous death, man. Anybody got anything? Y'all got it.
This is Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 19.
Yep.
And for me that utterance may be given me. I'm gonna start at verse 18. It says, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, and watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all saints. And as for me, that utterance may be given unto me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel.
Right.
For
Now,
which,
now when you look at that word boldly, it means to be frank, man. Straight to the point, the straight skinny, man. We ain't sugarcoat nothing, man. It's thus saith the Lord. You got it.
for which I am an ambassador in bonds, that therein I may speak boldly as I ought to speak.
Right. The Lord gave, get Luke 21 and 15. The Lord gave us, matter of fact, I'm going to let the brother read.
Luke 21 and 15. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to gainsay nor resist.
So if a person come up, want to talk about some cosmic rain hitting cosmic rock, or they want to go into whatever pseudo sign. Listen, the Lord say, falsely so-called, 1 Timothy 6 and 19. We ain't dealing with that, man. We dealing with facts. It's thus saith the Lord, man. We telling you what the scriptures say. First off, we're going to ask your ass, do you believe in the Bible? And if you say yeah, we're going to see. So we're going to go in the scriptures. We ain't going to get no other books. We're going into the scriptures, man.
I
That
got
was it.
one.
You got it.
You got it.
This is just to address on the comment board.
6, 8, 11.
Because you had, I don't know if it's a woman or a man, it sounds like a woman, but Isabel Glover, she asked on the comment board, why are y'all angry? Well, Ecclesiastes
Get it.
7 and 7. Surely oppression maketh the wise man mad, and the gift destroyeth the heart.
So if you're not, maybe you are. If you're not an Israelite, or even if you is, if you don't understand what's going on in the world right now, you lost. If you coming in this late of the game asking us why we angry, man, get me Ephesians chapter 4, man. Is it Galatians or Ephesians? Be angry, but sin not, thus saith the Lord, man.
Ephesians 4,
Let's go. Verse 16.
26.
Okay.
Ephesians chapter 4, verse 26.
Yup.
Be ye angry
Be ye angry, but what, Lord?
and sin not.
What you talking about? Be ye angry. Read that Ecclesiastes again, man.
Ecclesiastes 7 and 7. Surely oppression maketh the wise man mad.
So obviously you're not being wise. In Jeremiah 9, hey, somebody get me Jeremiah 9, start at 17. Let me show you, because that's a female. Let me show you that you ain't wise. And you ain't new. Don't come on talking about you just, because you ain't just came today. Go ahead.
It's Jeremiah 9. And where you want me to start
17.
17.
Also, Jeremiah 9 and 17. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider ye, and call for the mourning women.
Call for who?
The mourning women.
Who?
The mourning women.
Mourning women. Are you mourning? If you asked us why we angry, that means your ass ain't mourning.
Right. Simple as hell.
Read it one more time.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts,
Somebody get me James 4 and 7. You got it.
consider ye, and call
James
for the
4 and
mourning
9.
women.
Right. We're looking for the mourning women. Why are women mourning? Because the men on the bottom right now. We're on the bottom. You should be mourning. Go ahead.
That they may come and send for cunning women.
Cunning mean to be wise. You supposed to be wise at this. You supposed to know the reason you on the bottom and you got to go work for the so-called white man because your men on the bottom. Go ahead.
That they may come. And let them make haste and take up a dwelling for us.
Is you crying because the men of Israel on the bottom? Obviously you ain't. You must be happy. You probably getting a nice little bag. You got a decent little job, huh? You probably riding a Challenger or a Charger, huh? Go ahead.
that our eyes may run down
Hey,
with
if I may
tears.
say this, and if you're not, then that makes you even more simple, man.
Right.
You riding around here in a destitute state talking about why you're angry. You should be angry for your state in this world, man. Look at your nation. Look at the position we in, man. Our nation as a whole is on the fucking bottom. Everywhere you go to the favelas, the barrios, the reservations, the ghettos. We all there in every corner in every city. Why the hell ain't you mad? Your men is on the bottom, like the brother said. We on the bottom. Look at your men. The men of our nation have been broken to the point where they're cowards. Cowardice reeks in our nation. You should be angry for that, man. You should be angry because the Lord is not reigning right now.
Right.
This ain't the kingdom of heaven. That's why you should be angry. Because what's going on in the earth is not normal. The way you live on a daily basis is not normal.
You eating GMO food, you drink contaminated water, you bathing in contaminated water, coming through corroded pipes, just like we are. We just know the difference. Hold
And
on.
if
And
you're
that's
not
why-
mourning,
that's why it says, surely oppression will make a wise man mad.
Right.
And that's because our people have been deceived into believing that we're on some type of level playing field.
Right.
As a nation of people, if you don't own resources, you're not free by default. If you got to go to another nation of people and ask them to give you permission to say your life matter, you're in captivity. Those things alone should make you upset. And it shouldn't take a house and 2.5 kids to make that go away from you. That as a nation of people, your reputation has been tarnished. The so-called white man has called you an animal and inferior, and the whole world believed the lies that he's told about you. There should be a certain level of anger and frustration because you're not in control of your own livelihood as a nation of people.
Right. Hey, everywhere you go, the same narrative for our people is rappers, entertainers, ball players. They look at you for your feats, but not your intelligence, man. That's the common narrative wherever you go. You go to Thailand, you go to China, they all look at you as rappers or ball players, man, wherever you go. Not for your intelligence, not for your intellectual prowess, but for what you can do and how you've entertained the whole nation, man.
and if you're not mourning, you're a part of the problem.
You're a part of the problem, man. Again, I got you. We're gonna read it again. It said, be ye angry, but sin not. Surely oppression make a wise man mad. And a wise woman. Because hopefully that women that's watching, they want to come on board with you too. They pissed off. They just ain't saying nothing. Read it again.
Jeremiah 9:17. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider ye and call for the mourning
It
women,
said consider. Go ahead.
that they may come,
Right?
and send for cunning women, that they may come. And let them make haste, and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears,
Right?
and our eyelids gush out with waters.
Go ahead.
For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion.
Why? Go ahead.
How are we spoiled?
How we spoiled? Because the fucking white man still in rulership. Go ahead.
We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out. Yet hear the word of the Lord, O ye women.
Oh, ye women. You hear Isabella? What is Isabella? Isabella.
Isabel.
Isabel. Listen up. Go ahead.
Yet hear the word of the Lord, O ye women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and everyone her neighbor lamentation.
You have been warned. Thus saith the Lord. You can take it or not. You got it.
This is
That's why we angry. Because the Lord say be angry.
Isaiah chapter 32, verse 9. Rise up, ye women that are at ease.
This sound like you, Isabel. Go ahead.
Hear my voice, ye careless daughters. Give ear unto my speech.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Because if you're not receiving this, if you saying why we angry, that means you in a good state. That means you comfortable.
I got a precept for that.
Go ahead.
It's 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 6. But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth.
You living in pleasure, then that means you dead already, man. Because they tell you in that verse that some of our women have already ran after Satan, man. And you're going to be destroyed. Get 2 Timothy 3 and 6. Go ahead.
Many days and years shall ye be bought.
We wasn't even finna get on no women tonight. That's not even the last thought in our mind about no fucking women. One more time.
Many days and years shall ye be troubled, ye careless woman, for the venture shall fail, and the gathering shall not come.
Your vintage is going to fail, Isabel, and your vintage is your workplace. It said the gathering shall not come in, meaning the money. What you going to do then, Isabel? One more time. Because if you ain't angry, obviously you not, because you asked us that. If we wrong, Salakia. But as your statement read, that means you happy. You got it.
Isaiah 32, verse 9. Rise up, ye that are at ease. Salakia. Rise up, ye women that are at ease. Hear my voice, ye careless daughters.
And we love our women, man. Don't get it twisted. We love women, man.
Passion.
We love women. Believe that. Go ahead.
Give ears unto my speech. Many days and years shall ye be troubled, ye careless women, for the venture shall fail, the gathering shall not come.
Everything is going to fail here, man. The money system, it's already failing, man. Everything is going to crash. It tell you in Zephaniah 1, it's going to be a great crash in this mountain, man. Go ahead.
Tremble, ye women that are at ease.
You think these things is going on with these banks, the crash and these bank runs, you think this just something out of the blue? Then that means you got normal bias. You think this gonna bounce back, everything gonna get back normal in America? This is the new normal, man. Until there ain't gonna be no normal. You got it.
Be troubled, ye careless ones.
It said be troubled. This is words of the Lord. Be troubled, you careless ones. Go ahead.
Strip you and make you bare.
So if you're living in luxury right now, whatever comfort you got nice garments, you get to wear nice dresses or whatever you wear, lingerie, nice pumps, whatever, stilettos, whatever you wear, it's gonna be gone soon. Go ahead.
And gird sackcloth upon your loins.
So now you're gonna have on what we got on. This is garments of mourning, because we on the bottom. Go ahead.
They shall lament for the treats.
Teats. For the teats.
For the teats, sorry.
Yup.
Salakia. For the pleasant fields.
For the pleasant fields.
For the fruitful vine.
That's everything that brings forth a good way of living, man. Money, food. You got cable, internet, a nice whip to get back and forth. Everything that brings to your house whatever you need to be comfortable is gonna be gone. Go ahead.
Upon the land of my people shall come up thorns and berries.
Browse. Thorns and browse.
And briars. Yea, upon all the houses of joy in the joyous city.
In North America, Babylon the Great is the joyous city. You hear the music, you hear the people, everybody's living in mirth, man. Get Ecclesiastes 7. I had you holding something? Okay, get Ecclesiastes 7 and start at verse 2.
So Ecclesiastes 7 and 2.
There was something else I had.
It is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting.
It's better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting, man. Go ahead.
For that is the end of all men, and the living will lay it to his heart.
Oh, I want to read 2 Timothy 6:3. It said the living will lay it to heart. Living means those that understand, those that have the wisdom knowledge of the Lord, understand what's going on. In Proverbs 21 and 16, it say, he that wanteth by the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. So at this point right now, I don't know about later, tomorrow, at this point right now, Isabel, you're in the congregation of the dead, man. Because you would have never asked us that. You would have never came on the comment board and asked us that, man. The so-called white man is ruling the earth in wickedness. We got GMO food, contaminated waters. We breathing in chemtrails. We are taking baths. Listen, you gotta brush your teeth. If you ain't getting a bottled water and brush your teeth with a bottled water, and the bottle got plastic in it, it got pork and fluoride in the water. So if you're using water out the sink to brush your teeth, the water got fluoride in it. What are you talking about? You bathe in the contaminated water, out corroded pipes. You eat GMO food. Why are you not pissed off? But we gotta deal with this because this is a part of our suffering, the curses that we gotta deal with, man. But you should be angry Because your men is on the bottom, man. Hold on, let me read this. There's more on that.
This verse 3.
What's that?
Sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better.
By the sadness, by the sadness of what?
Sorrow is better than laughter,
Right?
for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better.
Your mind, by the sadness, your heart is made better. Because you understand why we here. You understand why we eat GMO food. The Lord said in Ezekiel 4:13, your food shall be defiled among the Gentiles. We shall eat defiled bread among the Gentiles. So you should understand why we angry. Go ahead, read that out.
1 Timothy 6,
2 Timothy 3 and 6.
2 Timothy chapter 3.
Hey, and Lord willing, you repent. Because if not, the Lord gonna kill you, man. You got it.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 6. For of this sort are they which creep into houses.
Now, this verse talking about men. It said they're gonna be unbelievers, truce breakers. Matter of fact, read one, so we can understand what's going on.
2 Timothy 3. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves,
See, it say men. It's dealing with the men. Go ahead,
covetous,
right?
boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of the Heavenly Father,
Go ahead.
having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof.
Having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. What?
From such turn
For
away.
such, turn away. Talking about these men. Go ahead.
For of this sort are they which creep into houses, and lead captive silly women,
Silly women. These are the type of men that lead away silly women. Go ahead.
laden with sins,
Laden with sins. Because the brother read in 1 Timothy 5 and 6. She that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth. When you read down that verse, it say for some already have ran after Satan, man. Go ahead.
led away with diverse lusts.
You see what you want to do? Diverse lust. You want to party. I want to go to a party. What parties lead to? Now you're real say, oh, I'm going to a party tonight. It's a family party. Next thing you know, a month down the road, she hitting the fucking club. Because she want to party. Diverse lust. Go ahead.
Ever learning,
Ever learning.
and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
You see? Because of what? These wicked ass men out here, man. You got it.
Lamentation chapter 5, verse 1.
Hey, listen, man. This ain't no game. You either gonna repent or the Lord gonna kill you, man. This is serious, man. You got it, bro. Slow.
Lamentation 5, chapter 1. Remember, O Lord, what is come upon us.
Right.
Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned to strangers.
Who in our land right now? The so-called white man. The worst of them, man. They over there talking about they eating kosher pig. Ain't no such thing as a kosher pig, man. You got it.
Our houses to
Them
aliens.
niggas, hey, they gotta be some real demons to say this pig is kosher. The Lord say pigs don't eat grass. So you telling me your pig eat grass? What the hell is kosher pig? That means they don't eat slop. That what you telling me? Go ahead.
Our houses to aliens.
Right. That alien means strangers, man. Heathens. Go ahead.
We are orphans and fatherless.
Right. We are fatherless, man. Well, the Lord is turning us back. The Lord said he hid his face from us for a period of time. But now, the Lord is shedding some light. Why? Because his face. You got it.
Our mothers are widows.
Right?
We have drunken our water for money.
It's not our land, a widow. Our mother, it tell you in Galatians 4 and 26, right? Jerusalem is the mother of us all, man. So our land is a widow right now, man. Go ahead.
Our wood is sold unto us.
Right? Hold on, read verse about water, verse 4.
We have drunken water for money.
Hey, Isabel, if you still there, do you buy water? Or do you got a well on your land? Do you got a house or apartment? Do you own water? If not, you buying bottled water just like we is. Go ahead.
We have drunken our water for money.
Right?
Our wood is sold unto us.
Isabel, do you stay in an apartment or a house? And if you do, did you buy the wood? Did you build that? Did you go to Lowe's or Home Depot? Or do you own land where you can just cut down trees? One more time, please. Verse 4.
We have drunken our water for money.
Right?
Our wood is sold unto us.
Who pays on the money? Do you own any resources? Isabel, if you don't, you should be pissed off. Because Michael Jordan got billions of dollars and he still got to go get his food from the so-called white man. Go ahead.
Our necks are under persecution.
Still to this day. We are under persecution still to this day, and we are still subject to payments. Before you get your check, Isabel, when the so-called white man take taxes out of it, yeah, he do. Tributary. Go ahead.
Hey, if I may say that, Michael Jordan don't have no resources. Michael Jordan has zero resources.
Zero.
If his bank were to close down right now today, he would have nothing. He would have nothing.
We labor and have no rest.
We labor and have no rest. That's it. You should be angry. Period. Did you come up on the come board and say anything? Okay. If you want to talk, you know my channel. Come on the comment board. You know what's up. You know where I'm at. Right up under GMS Orlando and GMS in the Truth Orlando. Hit the comment board. You got it. Got hold of anything? You get your clothes out.
It's Revelation chapter 3, verse 10. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast as thou hast, that no man take thy crown.
So with that, we're going to give all praise, honor, and glory to
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'ashem, Rukakudash.
Double honors to the apostles who teach your will. Sincere peace, blessing, salutations to you, hopefully elect out there. Shalom.
While for tuning in, may Yahweh Shema Shah continue to bless you in your houses. Hey, stay prayed up. Hey, the water for all your precepts, the water, we ain't get to read that much, but they there for those that come out. Hey, Shalom.
Shalom. Hey, brother, you warm the water for the garment.